Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dr. Rajiv, unmute yourself and we are ready to go live.
I can unmute myself. Global Namaste to all. We are so delighted to have you all across the universe. And the great universe is sending us the healing because health is a disease-free state, but it is also much more than that. Health is complete absence of infirmity and a perfect state of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual position. This is 145th episode of Healing Our Earth, and we are delighted to welcome you all for a tight program that we are having to have. So love from all of us to all of you. We are all a family. This is 145th episode of Healing Our Earth and 8th in the series of Integrated Health. Integrated health, as many of you know, is connection, coordination, amalgamation, and unification of all sectors of healthcare, which include the physical healthcare, mental healthcare, spiritual and emotional. And this is on the ground, but also various formations or the sectors of the healthcare renewed in the life, which include the conventional medicines or traditional medicines in terms of the allopathic healthcare, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Tai Chi, Qigong, acupuncture, acupressure, yoga, aromatherapy, chiropractic, Ayurveda, and many, many more. Connected with this are the dietary supplementation and pranic healing, And we will talk a little bit more about the how energy can be helping in the process. So let me try and see if I can get to share my screen. So here we go. So if you can see that this is the integrated health means all healthcare system working together, and health is important, and we realize that it is the state where we need to be. I'm going to just switch a little bit on that into a different part, and you would know that there is integrated health, and the second part is integrated healing. And integrated healing is much more than that, which include not only just that part, but also how body in parallel heals from inside out. We, those who are professionals, know that there are organs, and if we put the body onto a ventilator and we do artificial respiration, all the lung functions and vitality will be maintained. And at the other hand, if we keep giving the oxygen, that is going to continue. But all these people who have artificial ventilation and artificial pumping of the heart still are not in the alive state, because soul is very different and is not defined in the traditional or the conventional medical system or allopathy. And that is where prana is coming. Prana is the vitality into the organs. So organs you can keep alive by giving the glucose, protein, fat in terms of macronutrients, and iron, zinc, magnesium, chromium, and various micronutrients and vitamins. But you cannot survive the body, and you cannot make that person talk, think, and act. And therefore, this is a very different body system. So integrated healing is, which look like methodical and possibly mystical system, but that include that whole human being we were talking about, the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, to release the blocks in the health and happiness and true well-being. Therefore, this is a system which we are now encompassing and incorporating into the integrated health, the modern psychology, the neuro-linguistic programming, the cognitive behavioral therapy, the hypnotherapy, physiology, applied kinesiology, the traditional Chinese medicine, and the other aspects of complementary medicine. And you will hear in a short while from Sarah Baines, who's going to expand more on that aspect, and Tony Speed a little bit later, who is a cardiologist now, is focusing on to hypnotherapy and how it can be integrated to make even a better life. And one of the common things we do self-sabotage. We do not achieve the full potential of our normal requirement, both in terms of our physical goals, both in terms of our financial goals and family goals, but also including that are the goals which are for our future journey, what we want to achieve when we are beyond this physical world. And this is a system when, if we can provide a connection of the universal energy and the universal intelligence to the individual intelligence, and that individual intelligence is then connected to the organ intelligence, and that organ intelligence is then connected to our tissue intelligence, and that is then connected to cellular intelligence, and that intelligence is connected to molecular intelligence, and molecular intelligence is then connected to enzymatic intelligence, and that is then connected to the real vitality of the cells. And that's where the whole system works in a slightly different way than it is taught in the conventional medicines or the classical allopathic medicine. So we need to really provide a channel of energy all the way through. And if we have the full alignment, then we have a lot better understanding of our own body and body of people who we, the health practitioner, treat or heal.
Dr. Rajiv, in case you are sharing a PowerPoint, the slides are not changing, so be aware of them. Over. Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself. Over.
Cool. Good. So let me see if I can work. Let me do it this way. Cool. So we talked about how the body system works. We talked about who we are. The main important thing at this point in time is to really understand of different parts of healing. So we talked about how we are doing self-service. The inner child is the other part. We all have experiences as a child, and even as an adult, we have inner child inside our body, and that child has very different demand than our physical demand of an adult body. And all the hurts that we have through our journey from being a child to the adult really need addressing, and that system does not exist in the conventional medicine, and therefore it's good to incorporate other methodology who have. And the same is the soul integration. As I mentioned to you, there is nothing like soul in the conventional medical science. However, soul is the most important aspect. And if you know about all the sages in the ancient times, whether it is Indian mythology, Indian science, Indian healing system, or Chinese healing system, or Chinese science, or even many other branches of medicines, there is always something more which is beyond the physical body. And this is very important. And when we were talking of the negative impact, the PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder or any other type of modalities that happen, clearing the impact which is on the amygdala. Amygdala is the part of our brain or mind that is responsible for storing all the emotions or memories. And these all negative memory are responsible for what we were calling the self-sabotage. And this is also responsible for inner child healing. So if we change these negative feelings or negative impacts into a positive one, and go for a deep level neurological switching, which we can get through meditation, yoga, pranic healing, hypnotherapy, and various other aspects, we can bring our physical health, mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health together. And we go for a much more powerful survival program, and that is the holistic human being. So I will probably stop it here and then come back to say that through the integrated health, we are trying to pull everything together in here so that we have a value-added system, and we create a toolkit which is not only just a bottle of pills, but is a lot more than a bottle of pills. I am not saying bottle of pill is not necessary. Probably is necessary in certain situations, certain conditions, but there is much more than that. And we can have a far better human health being without any side effects. And therefore, we have got galaxy of speakers today who are going to talk about different aspects, how we can combine it and how we can complement each other in order to get to a situation where we have a body that is much more powerful, and that is much more vital, and that is much more energetic, because you can have no disease and still you are not up to speed, and all of us experience that. So that vitality comes by deep breathing inside out, and I describe it a lot more in my upcoming book, Breathing for Life. And that's actually where it is. Oxygen is the most important component of the body, and there is a vital system in the body which actually makes the best use of the oxygen to provide that spark. And that spark is what differentiates a vegetative human body on ventilator to a human body that is walking, thinking, and acting. So this is what we would like to do. So I'm thinking is that I might put a pause here. If there are any questions on that aspect, we can have a couple of minutes of discussions, and then I'm going to invite Sarah. Sarah Baines is with us today. She is a very important part of healing of our earth, and she has been our ally for a very long time, and she's also part of our integrated health group, and she has been very actively contributing to it. We had long discussions, and I thought it is quite appropriate to bring her in. So welcome, Sarah.
Global namaste to you, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you for inviting me.
It's so good to see you. For those people who do not know, she does a very special aspect of prana therapy, which is also a model involving the brain, the psychology, and as well as the active part, which is connected to the physical health. She is a qualified NLP practitioner, and I understand what it is because I'm an NLP practitioner and I'm an NLP master practitioner. And I understand this is a very new system, which is extremely powerful for changing your thinking and how you feel and believe and how you get to the health. He's advanced pranic healing therapist and has been helping people for nearly almost 13, 14 years for various physical challenges. As you know, that backache, chronic backache, is cause of roughly 3 to 4% of the sickness. And that is a huge number of the days if you count. Arthritis in very much similar way, migraine. These are all situations where there is no a proper treatment into the medical science or the current therapy. So she is using that in order to help these group of people. And I think that will be fantastic to hear from Sarah how she addressed particularly these three situations, which are a very lively challenge for most medical practitioners. And I think I'm very sure that there'll be a lot more than that. So just to remind people, please be attentive if you want to ask some questions. Those people who are on Facebook or YouTube Live or in Periscope, please keep putting questions. And those people who are on the panel or on the Zoom, please fire away. I am going to have a good invitation. Sarah probably need to leave by 3:45, but I think she would be happy to stay. I would have thought if there are...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Okay, so first of all, I would like to just give a quick overview of what is prana therapy or pranic healing. A lot of people don't know that much about it, but it is the fastest growing complementary therapy in the world. It's in 126 countries, and it uses the principle of energy, and that everything is made up of energy. And when there is a displacement of energy or too much of a congestion of energy in the body, that there are specific protocols that we use to basically cleanse and rebalance the energy body, thus allowing the physical body to heal itself, which is what the physical body is designed to do. It has that ability to do it. So a bit like if you cut your finger, you know that a response happens, you know, the blood starts to clot and there's a healing process that starts to take place. So that tells us that, you know, the body is designed in such a way, which is amazing, to heal itself. But what happens is over time, and as we go through life, we all generate a certain amount of stress energy, predominantly because of the kind of lifestyle that we lead, even diet, nutrition, you know, those things also have an impact. You know, if you think about, if you're constantly worrying or stressed about something, you're generating an energy thought form. Yeah, so even if everything is made up of energy, including us and our body, an energy thought form is created every time you have a thought or feeling or emotion. And that can be positive or negative. Yeah. Now, most of us, you know, we try to be positive as much as we can, but unfortunately, the way life is, we all go through our challenges in life. So what happens when we go over a prolonged period of stress is that those stress energies, if you like, they sit within our body, and they will sit within certain energy centers or chakras, if you like. So the chakras have a function, a role. You'll see in the picture behind me that, we have in pranatherapy, we work on 11 major chakras. Now, each of those chakras, we have, for example, a front heart and a back heart. So, and we have a front solar plexus and a back solar plexus. So if you're constantly stressed, you could find that your solar plexus energy center could start to get quite congested. And as a result, initially, you won't feel sort of any different. You'll think that you're coping with the stress or the situation that you're going through. But as time goes on, it may turn into a physical problem. So it happens energetically first, which we're not always aware of. When it becomes physical, because the solar plexus area services the organs that sit behind that in the physical body, then it will affect a physical ailment may arise. Yeah, so something like a gut problem, or irritable bowel syndrome, or colitis, or anything like that, or even acid reflux and those kind of things. So that's when the physical problem arises. So as I explained, what we can do is, if we know that energy creates blockages when it's sort of constantly negative or stress energy, then we know that if we unblock those blockages using special techniques, then what you're doing is you're putting that energy center back into balance. And by putting the energy center back into balance, it can then service the organs that sit behind it, then allowing the physical problem to be alleviated. And in some instances, completely eradicated as well. But for that, it's a case-by-case basis, and you would need, multiple sessions to kind of achieve that. And it all depends on the severity of the problem. Now, pranic healing is designed to work alongside allopathic medicine. So, for example, if I'm working with somebody that is diabetic, we don't say come off your medication. We work on the diabetes, but what we're working on is actually, the pancreas, or the certain energy centers that are linked to supporting that bodily function. So
That's very good, Sarah. I think that's excellent, because when people are worried about what would happen to my situation or condition, and when these are worked together, and that's actually the true integration, that when the two things can work together, there is no harm. There is an additional benefit or additional mileage you can get, and
absolutely,
you can get to your goal much quicker. So I think that's very, very good point you have highlighted here. And I completely agree that, this is where the things can work in side by side to
they need to be in synergy. So even things like blood pressure, so we don't ask people, oh, that's it, stop taking your blood pressure medication. So with things like blood pressure and diabetes, we ask them to stay in regular contact with their GP so that they can be monitored. Because what they may find is, with the prana therapy and with the de-stressing of the energy centers, that their blood pressure may come down by itself. So it may mean that the medication can be reviewed and reduced. Yeah. So that's how we work. We like to work together, and that's what we're looking to do. So even currently, we are doing so the head of the Institute, Les Flitcroft, he's doing a clinical trial at King's College, London, which I have sent you the details for. And the idea is, once that clinical trial is published and we have the medical journal publication, then we're looking to work in synergy with the NHS. So we're not saying that, this is the only thing that is going to work, for all ailments. There's a combination and integrative approach that is required, because people are receptive to different things. And I think patients at some point would like to be given a choice. oh, I could try a prana therapy session before I have to go on antidepressants, for example. So maybe that they have more choices through some of the work that you're doing. Even Ayurveda, Ayurveda has its own place, because if you think about everything being energy, the root herbs and the special things that are used in Ayurveda, it's because of their purity and potency and high or good energy that the body responds well to them. Yeah, so that's why Ayurveda is actually supporting what we're doing as well. The same with yoga. If you think about, you talked about breathing. When you breathe, oxygen is the most important life force that we have. So in the same way, when we take a nice deep breath in and we breathe from the belly, not from the chest, we're supplying the body with oxygen, so certain bodily functions can happen in the right way. The chakras are like little mini centers that also breathe in and out. So they also take prana or fresh energy in, or life force in, and a chemical reaction takes place, and then any unused energy is expelled, a bit like when we expel carbon dioxide. Yeah, but these things are happening at an energetic level, so we can't see it. Yeah, but the chakras do the same thing. They're constantly like spinning, and they're drawing prana, fresh prana in, and throwing out the unused or dirty prana. Yeah, so that's why when there is a blockage in the energy center, and we use specific techniques and protocols to remove those blockages, the energy center can spin and draw in fresh prana. Once you enable it to do its job, it can then support the organs. And that's how it helps the body to repair and rebalance itself. These protocols have been tested and validated scientifically for the last 30 years. So it's not a sometimes I think the word healing gives people the wrong impression of what's actually happening. Prana therapy or pranic healing is actually a very scientific method of rebalancing the energy body. And in doing so, we can address psychological problems, emotional problems, and obviously physical problems. So like your simple things like backache, you said, 85% of a lot of these ailments are just stress related. And we have very, very good, well-researched techniques that help to remove stress energy from the body. And it's a non-touch energy therapy, so it can be done distantly, and it can be done, in person as well. So that's the other beauty of it. During COVID, we were able to do healings for people to basically build their immune system. So we were able to do them as a distant healing because no touch, is required. A bit like similar to other complementary therapies. I think Reiki is very similar in the principle. But all I would say in terms of, because I'm also a Reiki healer, the difference I found with Reiki and prana therapy is that in Reiki, the focus isn't so much on cleansing the energy out first. They use like an energy that has intelligence, divine energy, which knows how to unblock the meridians or the blockages in the energy body. Yeah. Whereas with prana therapy, what we're doing is it's cleansing. 80% of the treatment is focused on cleansing all the unwanted stress energy out of the body first, before applying or putting good fresh prana in. So it would be a bit like an analogy of having half a cup of cold coffee and you pour hot coffee on top. So, that would be like Reiki. So it's still effective, it's still going to work. But then with prana therapy, it would be like throwing the half cup of coffee away and filling a whole cup of hot coffee.
Sarah, can you give some examples? And I'm pretty sure Dr. Birinder is here. She's a GP and she does crystal healing. So it's like they are all very similar things, and it's really very useful to understand really how they actually work. And because you have done it for such a long time, you have a deeper understanding. And while it looks like easy to say, but
Yeah,
people who don't know it,
yeah.
mechanism, how does it actually really work? So if you highlight that.
Yeah, I mean, what I can't do in this session is actually explain the technique. For that, people would have to actually go on a course. So I can't kind of teach it online. But what I would say is that there's a step-by-step process. So when the person or client is presented, we do something called scanning. So we scan all the energy centers using our hands. So each of these energy centers would be scanned to assess, are they balanced? Are they blocked, congested? Or, where is exactly the problem? Okay. Then we use special techniques and we focus on certain energy centers. So for example, if you had, let's just say backache as a problem. Yeah. So for backache, there would be a set of steps. And in those set of steps, it would say, it's like a cookbook approach, so it would say scan all the energy centers. Then it would say cleanse the solar plexus. And then it might say cleanse the heart center or energize the heart center. So you literally follow the step by step. And the beauty of it is that it's not biased in any way. Anybody can learn it and anybody can apply it. So you don't have to be, gifted or a special person to be able to apply these techniques. So, even, like say you, I know you're a GP, so you probably have a very good understanding of health and everything, but even a layman, anybody can just go on a course. It's a 2-day course. They can learn the basic healing techniques. So these techniques that you're asking me about. So, how do you cleanse? How do you energize? How do you rebalance the energy centers? You learn that over a 2-day course, and then you can literally apply it on yourself, on your family members. You become qualified in prana therapy, and you get a lot more than just that. You get the techniques, but you get a real good understanding of the energy body and the functions of all the individual chakras. Like, what do they all do? Because they all have a slightly different purpose. They all do different things, and ultimately our aim in prana therapy is to cleanse. So we assess, we cleanse, we re-energize and rebalance. So the idea is to rebalance everything. Once everything becomes rebalanced, then the body can heal itself.
I think very useful. That's very useful, because the whole purpose was that, what does it mean? Because it's a term and not everybody can actually go more deep into it. So you could use the session. So I think you have very eloquently expressed it. The other
If people want to know more, they can go on the website ukpranichealing.co.uk, and there is a section in there that says how it works.
Okay,
if they go on to that, they'll be able to get a lot more detail and information about the courses if anybody wants to do a course.
So the other thing is, you mentioned about chakras, because there are different type of chakras. Initial were 5 or 7 chakras, and then people now describe 14 chakras, and that's people go more deep into it and people discover it. What is the reality? And there are lots of myths about it. Might be a good idea if you just briefly talk about it.
Yeah, so we work on 11 major chakras. Yeah, the others, I think people know about or want to talk about are more to do with the higher soul and such like things. Yeah, so but we don't work on those chakras. Yeah, so we work on 11 major chakras in prana therapy. So we have a front and back chakra for everything. So that's why we've got a front and back heart, front and back solar plexus, spleen, navel, so we work on, those are the major ones that we work on. And as I explained, each chakra has here we go. Yeah, each chakra has a way of drawing fresh prana in and expelling the dirty energy, like that's used up energy, out. So the same as we breathe, our chakras breathe, in essence, in simplistic terms. Yeah. So they're breathing and supplying all the organs that are behind, that sit behind it. So that's why if let's just say your solar plexus or navel chakra, these ones, which is predominantly where we hold stress energy, if they get congested, that's why you start getting gastrointestinal problems or lower backache, or even kidney or liver problems.
Can we just pause for a second? I think Birinder has perhaps something to add or ask something, and then we'll probably carry on, because Birinder would be able to give a lot more details between like 2:45 and 3 o'clock during the open session. But do you have anything particularly at this point, Birinder? I think because you do a lot of similar work in more, I think, crystal, but that's also just healing in a similar way.
Yes, thank you for that, Rajiv. And thank you, Sarah. Very interesting introduction to pranic therapy. I find that all energy therapies work on the same principles, which is the energy system of the body. How we approach it varies from individual to individual. Whether we look at it through acupuncture, working in the meridian system, or we look at the chakras, or we look at reflexology, we are working with the same body. We are working with the same energy body. So basically, we are individually capable of maintaining homeostasis at a cellular level, provided all the conditions are met. If there is any disruption, whether it be physical, chemical, emotional, mental, that homeostasis is disrupted. It's about taking the body back into a state of balance.
Absolutely.
And now you mentioned about Reiki not being cleansing. That's not how I was trained. Before I do a Reiki session, I scan the person's energy field, I clear the blockages, then I put the Reiki in. So it's not putting Reiki into a murky pot. I cleanse the vessel as much as I can, then the Reiki goes in.
And
it's just same with crystals.
Schools.
So we can realize here that same thing, the understanding of different people, even within the health practitioners, is different. So imagine that this is and the whole idea is gradually, as we go with the integration, we understand each other a lot more and bring things together, so that there is like a horizontal feel. So I'm aware that Sarah, you need to go. So do you want
That's
to?
okay.
You carry on, and then we'll resume the discussion a little bit later. So please.
So I forgot where I was now, but so I was basically
about these point and center.
So
in order to have a clearance of the chakras, and you do scanning first, and then you do the clearance. You start then the full filling of prana back into, so that there's energy and vitality, and that's where you left. And
so basically each of those energy centers has a job to service the organs that sit behind it. So that's how the organs are supplied, if you like. So whenever there's a congestion or blockage, so although we don't work specifically on meridians, we do what we call a general cleanse right at the beginning, in which we clean the whole body. Then we focus on individual chakras. Now, the chakra system is an energetic system, but above the chakra system, so we have an energetic body, we have a bioplasmic body, we have an auric body. So we're working on all levels when we're doing a prana therapy session. And when you do the advanced prana therapy, you learn how to use specific colors and techniques to do certain things in terms of being more effective at, maybe, let's just say, cleansing out trauma. So with that, we do an advanced course of psychotherapy. So we're able to remove things that people maybe don't, sometimes it's suppressed trauma or suppressed fear, and those things affect us without us even realizing that that's why our body is impacted. So we're able to remove trauma, and we're able to help with things like addiction and depression and all of those kind of things. Even things like psychological issues. Like I was working with somebody that had auditory hallucinations, so they kept hearing voices. Now that was primarily because their chakral shields in their ear, minor chakras, were how can I put, too open. Yeah, so we did a healing. We did several healings, in fact, and we basically, using the special techniques, we rebalanced those energy centers. And I would say after about the 6th session, the voices became greatly reduced. And then by the time we got to, I would say about 10 weeks, the person that I was treating was able to actually apply for a job and actually get a job in social care. They were at a point where they couldn't sleep. And because of lack of sleep, they couldn't focus on anything. But within a 3-month period, they were able to be kind of back on their feet and back out in the world, with a job, which is amazing, to be able to help somebody like that. But we do ask people to do home care self-help techniques as well. And one of those techniques is a meditation by our teacher, and it's a meditation on twin hearts. Now that can be downloaded from YouTube, but it's a meditation that is a very special meditation in that it's not just a meditation to help you relax. It's a meditation to actually do the same thing that we do when we do a healing session. So it's designed to basically flush out all those energy centers. So it's designed to displace all the negative energy or the congested energy in the energy centers. So the more you do it, so say you did a Twin Hearts meditation every day, which is about 20 minutes, it's like having an internal shower. So every day, you're cleansing those energy centers. So it's like a self-help tool. Every day you can clean your own energy centers out. And that's what we're trying to empower people to be able to, look after themselves as well. So it's not just about, that they have to have a session with what, like me or somebody like me. It's about also, some people, I will only see them once. So for example, insomnia, I had somebody I saw for insomnia. I only saw them once and then they were sleeping fine. But I taught them these other things that they could do at home, like the Twin Hearts meditation, so that they have a constant cleansing and they're trying to keep their energy centers as balanced as possible, but by themselves. Without having to go anywhere. The other thing people can do, which we recommend as well, is take a salt bath. So taking a salt bath with 20 to 30 drops of essential lavender oil also has the same effect on the chakras and on the energy body. It helps to basically draw out any negative and congested energy. So again, you're allowing your body to get rebalanced. So there are simple things like that people can do at home as self-help, as well as coming to see a therapist. The other thing I can share, but I don't have it on me right now, maybe I'll share it in the group. I wrote an article for Om Yoga magazine, and it has a lot of these things listed in there. So we can share that with people that would like to sort of try some of these things out for themselves at home.
That would be very helpful, I think, because as you mentioned, that there's a lot of these things people once understand, they can do a regular cleansing themselves.
Yeah.
By wear and tear, by stress, by things not going the way we would like, it just caused a retrograde flow of energy. I have been actually doing a lot of reading and then doing a lot of experimentation myself, and I found that it is that the whole flow of universal energy into our body needs to be in a constant linear fashion. And when the fashion is not linear, and there is like a turbulence in the flow,
Yeah.
causes that energy blocks, and that then causes dis-ease, i.e.
Yeah.
Talking yesterday in the World Congress meeting where I and Madan were the speaker from here, and we had very interesting discussion in the same point is, it's again, if we keep on clearing these, which is like any clot on a blood vessel, is similar energy flow.
Absolutely. That's very, very well explained there. It is literally to do with dis-ease. And what we're trying to do is relieve that problem, by rebalancing and removing some of the unwanted or diseased energy and putting in fresh prana so that everything can be repaired itself.
Absolutely. And wonderful be one day we have these auto cleaners.
Yeah. But that, I would say, the Twin Hearts meditation is exactly that. It is an auto cleanser. All you've got to do is press play and sit there for 20 minutes and follow it. So we already have it there for us.
Absolutely right.
People can download that from YouTube. So it's something that can be downloaded.
What exactly is it called?
It's called Meditation on Twin Hearts.
Okay.
By Master Choa, CHOA, Koksui, KOKSUI. I'll text it to you as well. But it's Meditation on Twin Hearts by Master Choa Koksui. And it's a beautiful meditation. It's actually a meditation in which we bless the earth. I did it on this session, I think, quite some time ago, but you're basically becoming a channel of divine energy to bless the earth, with peace and, like turning negatives into positives. And then after you've done that part, you meditate on the mantra Om, which is recited by Master Choa. But the power of the vibration of the Om recited by Master Choa helps to flush all these negative energies out of our system. So it's a beautiful meditation, and you're actually doing something for the earth. So I think it goes well with healing our earth's general objectives as well.
I think that's wonderful, and I like your this last bit, which is like Om is the universal sound.
Yes.
And this is like Om actually itself. I practice on myself. When I say Om, it just goes right from the top to the bottom, as if the whole universe is connected to that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you would love it. You try the meditation. It's a beautiful meditation. And it has a purpose. I know, like, there's so many different meditations out there. And I do so many different ones, but a lot of them are about relaxation and, you go into a different state and things like that. But this one is actually like a working meditation, if that makes sense. So it's performing a function by cleansing your energy centers out. And you trust me, like the people that I get, my clients, when I get them to do it, doing this meditation every day has profound impact on people's lives.
I think that is extremely important, because our life has become so much busy now than it was before. There's no time for yourself.
Exactly. And it's only 20 minutes.
Absolutely. And I completely agree. And I tell you that if you can't have 20 minutes for yourself out of 1,440 minutes in a day,
you're not prioritizing you, and that's the most important. The I is the most important person. As a soul, you owe it to yourself to look after you.
Absolutely. You need to feed something positive to yourself.
Yeah.
And not feeding yourself something positive by stopping the negativism for even 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And that self-cleansing, then you are in a very difficult position. And I think it's difficult to expect good when you're not provided or you are not really ready to do any good to yourself.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the other key thing I'd just like to end on, we talked about everything being a vibration. So the key thing I would say, and I know it's not always that easy, is if you can control your mind and your thoughts, you can control your world, basically. Because if you're constantly thinking bad or worrying thoughts, that is going to have a negative impact on your physical body at some point. But if you always try to think about positive things, even in a negative situation, it will really, really turn things around a lot quicker for you.
Very, very, very powerful, Sarah. I think it's so much of wisdom in it, so much of practical aspects. And I think is given a very like a comprehensive picture of really how we can add this into routine of our life in order to do the maintenance, like all we take our car for servicing or maintenance on a regular basis.
That is exactly what this is. You know, you don't even need to start by having a prana therapy session. Just start by doing the Twin Hearts meditation and assess it for yourself, how you feel in a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 months. The results will speak for themselves.
Absolutely. I think that's really powerful. I know you need to go, but I just was thinking whether Tom or anybody else want to ask a question.
Yeah, if there's any questions.
Tom, do you want to have any comment or question? Otherwise,
if I can make a comment, I would refer to my talk some time ago about the 3 principles. We don't have a control over our thoughts. And we get about 10 to 30,000 thoughts a day. And actually, all thoughts are neutral in nature. It's state of our mood which makes them negative or positive. So we cannot just think positive thoughts. What we can is control them so they don't control us. How we do it? Well, like most of youngsters, if you look at them looking at the Facebook, they stop and look at the message for 2-3 seconds and they scroll. If the thought which came to your mind is an unpleasant one, keep on scrolling.
I like that. It's very nice. Yeah.
wonderful. I think it's really powerful.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's very good.
Pleasure.
Super. So I think we can move. I don't know, we have a few more minutes before we want Tom to start. Sarah, any last minute points of wisdom for people?
I can't even think of anything else. All I would say is, you know, I know what we're saying about, you know, you can't control your thoughts, and we do have 20 to 80,000 thoughts a day. And I like that technique about, you know, just keep scrolling and just keep, you know, moving on till you get the next positive thought. I do like that, but I also feel that if you can work on constantly cleansing your energy body, I think that will also help with some of the thought forms not sitting within your system. So, you know, we're human at the end of the day. We will have those kind of thoughts. We will have worrying thoughts. We'll go to work, we'll get stressed. You know, somebody might argue with us or say something we don't like, we take it to heart. You know, we might have been through a lot of bad stuff in our past life, some trauma, you know, bad experiences. They all are within us. That's what makes us who we are, you know, but it's never too late to start on working ourselves and cleansing ourselves. And using some of these simple techniques is a great way, I think, to start doing that, you know, as a self-help tool. And having that salt bath, you know, a kilo of regular kitchen salt, 20 to 30 drops of lavender oil, once or twice a week, have a soak in it for 20 minutes and get in that bath and just say, I'm letting go of everything that doesn't serve me.
My wife does it all the time.
Yeah,
Particularly,
but remember to shower off. Yeah. Yeah, so
Virinder, you wanted to say something regarding that. It's probably a good time to say it, and then we can start the next session.
Yes, I trained in pranic healing about 20 plus years ago. I think 2001, I went to Chennai and trained there and did all 3 levels in a week.
amazing.
So I think I found it very difficult when I was trying to explain how it worked to the Western mind.
Mm-hmm.
So about 2005, I trained in what's called quantum touch. And that is very similar, but it doesn't have the esoteric spiritual aspect to it. And I still have the meditation on the twin hearts, believe it or not, on a cassette from
wow.
that time ago with Master Choa Sui's voice on it. And I
That's
absolutely
amazing.
adore it. And we use it in a meditation group. And prior to the meditation, we do some exercises which actually open up the chakras.
Absolutely.
And then at the end of the meditation, we do the exercises again to close the chakras down. So it is a well-rounded practice, and the meditation group really like using it. We don't use it every time, but now and then we will bring it in.
Oh,
so thank you for that.
Thank you. So you can take your cassette out again now.
Oh, absolutely.
We would want to hear that cassette here one day in a more practical session.
Yeah, we should. We should do
if I can work the logistics of playing it on Zoom, I will.
Yeah.
But
we just have to download it from YouTube.
Yes, I think the vibration of Master Choa Sui chanting Om is phenomenal. You enter a different dimension.
That's the secret to the cleansing.
Yeah.
It's his voice and the vibration in his voice of the Om. That's the power of that meditation. That's so lovely to hear. You'll have to come to one of our trainings here. It's all easy peasy now.
No, I've done pranic healing. I've got quantum touch. I've got a lot of strings to my bow. So I will stick with my remit. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. I'm going to have to shoot off. Global Namaste to you all. Thank you for inviting me, and hopefully we'll see you all again soon.
Thank you so much, Sarah. It's so nice. I've been to Birinda's house. It is just amazing. The serenity it has is excellent, and she does it on a regular basis. For those who don't know, she runs the healing circle, and there are people who are giving the messages to each other to help heal, and then she runs the healing circle groups physically, and it is amazing to see that those things which are beyond the typical medical norm are actually touched by the second norm, and therefore it's good to have the two norms together running in order to get the benefit that we need to get. And both of us are qualified medical practitioners, in fact Tom as well. So all three who you are seeing on a screen are qualified typical allopathic medical practitioner, MBBS, etc., and post-graduation. But real life is that we all have identified over many years of doing the clinical practice that there is no solution to every disease or malady within the clinical practice, and therefore we need something more, and therefore we are providing through this integrated healthcare toolkit multiple tools which people can take out so that the patient is not dictated to do one or the other, but the patient has a choice to use one or the other. So I think that is fantastic and amazing. I think it's almost time to get Tom, who is a cardiologist by background, and I was very amazed the way he has taken the alternative and complementary therapy to heart. And he says, I wish I knew it when I was practicing medicine. He's retired now, and therefore it is very difficult to juggle during your normal clinical practice to understand and learn all these. I have been lucky enough, but that has taken toll of my weekends and evenings in order to learn all these. But he is absolutely right. If we know these while we are doing active clinical practice, we can help the patients a lot more, because there is no cure just by pills. So I think I would want to introduce Tom Spitt, who is part of our integrated health group. Also, we meet on other platform where we talk about the health through one of our business groups, but also we talk one-to-one each other. And I'm so inspired every time he talks, how he has used the wisdom to bring into the health and work together. And he is, you might find his voice is quite slow and hypnotic, and that is purposeful because he goes deep into this and bring the effect. As you know, I mentioned earlier that he's Professor Emeritus of Cardiovascular Surgery, and he has done a lot of years of cardiac surgery, but now NLP or neuro-linguistic programming, of which, as I mentioned earlier, I'm also a practitioner, master practitioner, and I believe firmly in my heart it is extremely useful, and I use NLP in my current medical practice. I do weight management clinic, and as you know, everybody knows, if you eat less and do more exercise, you will lose weight. But the national obesity incidence is going up, and therefore there is a perforation needs to be done between conscious and unconscious mind in order to design what needs to be done in our daily life. And NLP or neuro-linguistic programming is fantastic, and he used it very, very, very effectively. He comes from a Polish background, but he has been here for a long time. And I think you will find the session very amazing. He probably will be able to do some of the practical aspects within the session. And I think you would find it very useful. So over to you, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I feel privileged. I hope that the title of my talk evokes some interest amongst you. And everything what I'm going to say is of practical value, because I was a surgeon. Now, apart from surgeons, all doctors have got only words to make patients better. Hence, linguistic skills should take priority, should be taught as a part of medical curriculum at university. I would even think that I know actually that you can start teaching NLP children in primary school. Anyway, let's start. In the next half an hour, I will explain to you how healthcare professionals can easily expand the benefits of what we call Western medicine, but just paying attention to the language we use, and also learning that the state of helplessness and dependency common to many sick patients triggers a primordial survival reflex. This reflex scans for the one person in vicinity with the least uncertain, and this person becomes authority. Not authority of a boss or a police officer, by an authority for a newborn, of the newborn parent, the provider and protector of life itself. In situations like this, ideas flow unimpeded from the authority to the subject, from caregiver to the patient. First, I would like to concentrate how we can avoid harm. Isn't it enough to be a compassionate caregiver? Why shouldn't it matter what we say or do as long as we offer proper treatment compassionately? Now, which would you prefer? Would you prefer a compassionate doctor who says, "Don't worry, although 90% of patients die from your condition, no matter how dreadful the struggle is, I will be with you and care for you to the very end"? Or would you prefer a dispassionate doctor who says, "Listen, 10% of patients, very much like yourself, survive this diagnosis. And there are new treatments. And even those may improve odds. I suggest we go down the new path together, and you become a survivor." Compassion is not enough. Patients don't need the caregivers to hold their hands and cry with them. They need caregivers to use every bit of information and skill they possess to minimize suffering and improve health. Compassion from a caregiver in absence of knowledge can do real harm. As I said, it's going to be practical. Examples. Let's talk about physical pain. A child is scared. He knows he's about to get an injection. Out of compassion, not wishing to startle the boy or lose trust, the nurse cautions, "A little bee sting or a little prick," as she brings the needle near the boy, who braces himself, teeth clenched. The pain comes and tears follow. The nurse feels satisfied. At least she warned the child. Thousands of clinicians do it every day. They believe injection must hurt. Therefore, warning some of the impending pain is better than surprising them. The compassionate clinicians have no idea they are instead offering self-fulfilling prophecy. The pain observed is an inevitable outcome of their negative suggestion, not the needle. Well, you can apply two simple principles. Focus attention and direct that attention from feelings. It will invariably result in painless injections. Instead of compassionate, bee sting, say, "Now listen closely. This is important. In a second or two, you will hear a peculiar crunch. Just listen. Using just here means only and nothing else. If they listen, they will not feel, and as they listen, you inject painlessly. Now I need you to look over that orange square circle. Really look. Tell me, is it moving up or down? Of course, there is no such a thing like a square circle, so it is confusing. Attention focuses as the patient is trying to make sense out of it. It is important. So look, just look. If they just look, they don't feel. Again, you will inject painlessly. Don't try it. Just do it. And see, you will see the difference. Just in case if you did not make a note, I'm just going to repeat. Instead of compassionate beasting, now listen, this is important. In a second or two, you will hear a peculiar crunch. Just listen. And as I said, using just means nothing else. So this is one of the examples. Now let's go to a more advanced setting. Imagine a patient arriving to accident and emergency with a pulse of bleeding from a finger laceration. The patient was washing a glass and it broke, cutting the finger and a small digital artery. He applied pressure for an hour or more, but to no avail. Hence the visit to A&E department. A young physician would often introduce themselves to such a patient and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't attend to your wound quite yet. As you probably can see, we have some pressing emergencies right now. However, as you have lost a lot of blood, so I asked the nurse to apply pressure dressing. Just know, as soon as I'm finished, I will come back and take care of you." A doctor will say it with a real compassion. Not bad, really. Compassionate. But these words do nothing to stop bleeding, and very little to ease anxiety. Consider a different approach and say, "You must have been worried, weren't you, over that bleeding?" The first part of the sentence, "you must have been," puts the whole event into the past, which means that it places fear in the past. And yet now I'm going to ask you to do something, and I'm sure you will think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Oh, really? I mean it. You might even want to laugh a little. Now you synchronize your breathing with theirs, exuding conviction. And you say, "I need you to stop bleeding now." Tone certain, head nodding. Such patients respond as follows. At first they chuckle, as predicted. Then, perceiving your conviction, they hush and finally watch with an amazement as bleeding stops. First slows, then seconds later stops. That's right. You offer intent to a nurse, please dress the wound, I'll be back to close it properly. Importance of that's right cannot be underestimated. That's right in hypnosis is universal amplifier. Creation of Dr. Milton Erickson, the famous American psychiatrist, who, as many doctors before him, contributed an awful lot to modern hypnotherapy, developing something which nowadays is called conversational hypnosis. What I'm talking about so far is medical application of hypnosis in everyday life. There is a distinction between trance and hypnosis. A person doesn't have to be in a trance to be able to accept suggestions. It is essential that we know that a caregiver words can affect clinical outcomes. A positive suggestion, implied or expressed, can produce a positive outcome. This is also known as a placebo effect, whereas negative suggestion can produce a negative outcome, which is called nocebo effect. When a doctor says of proposed treatment, it could kill you, he or she is unintentionally directing a negative suggestion to a patient. Example: informed consent given to a patient regarding an antihypertensive treatment is always required, unless it was expressly waived by the patient. It is an explanation in simple terms of potential risks and benefits. I believe that your symptoms are a result of high blood pressure. The good news is that we can treat it with medicine called atenolol. Like all medicines, atenolol has both risk and benefits, which I am obliged to explain to you. Okay, doctor, if you must, says the patient. The benefits are easy. It can lower your blood pressure and make you feel a lot better. The risks of atenolol are that it may cause you to faint or become queasy. It can make you impotent. Or your heart will miss a beat, sometimes lots of beats, even to a point of passing out. Or in the worst scenario, it could kill you. Oh, says the patient. It's not going to kill you, I just mean it could. For goodness sake, an aspirin can kill you. If you are allergic to aspirin or you have an ulcer. When a doctor says of proposed treatment, it could kill you, he or she is unintentionally giving a negative suggestion to the patient. Well, consider a different scenario. Because doctor could have said it with equal ease and accuracy. Many patients like you experience a pleasant and uneventful lowering of blood pressure with atenolol. However, there are some patients who experience untoward side effects, and I will list them. Although it is exceptionally rare, some patients could even die. Please call tomorrow and let me know how you're doing. What I said, and stress importance, you versus some patients. This is a powerful distinction, which is important one in what I call exquisite art of caregiving. Without their compassion, there would be no caregivers. But compassion is not enough. It can mislead and misdirect. Patients don't need their professional caregivers to simply hold their hands and cry with them. It is only after my retirement from a job of a surgeon that I began to doubt this reductionist model of medicine. Those of you in family practice are familiar with many patients who are very pleasant, who attended your office over many years with a variety of problems. Hypertension, pharyngitis, autoimmune disease, arthritis, diabetes, depression. And no matter how effective your treatment has been, these patients come back again and again with some new malady. Are these patients cursed? Another possibility worth considering here for all of you is that a patient may have an unconscious idea that may contribute as an important factor in a sequence leading to illness. The question is how to bring these ideas to light. What I would like now to explore is so-called neotic causes of illness. Neotic means related to mental activity. This is a key element of exquisite art of caregiving. Take an example of 30-plus-year-old married man appears in an accident emergency complaining of the left testicular pain. No fever, laboratory tests are normal. On physical examination there is a tender epididymis, no tender testicle, no discharge, no lymphadenopathy. Diagnosis: epididymis of unknown etiology. In a situation like this, ask. I know you won't have an answer to this, but your condition could probably have occurred yesterday, or the day before, or a week before. I know you don't know, but if you had to guess, why do you think you came down with it today? The difficult bit is now. You've got to wait. You've got to restrain yourself during inevitable silence that follows. It takes a practice and a patience. Survival mechanism activates, enabling patients to cheat death, not forever, but long enough to make through holidays with their families. And there's plenty of examples. Christmas, Diwali, the end of Ramadan. Now, let's look at the most dramatic example of ideas influencing health and healing, and that is pre-surgical hypnosis. There's nothing in caregiving that is more gratifying and outstanding, and nothing easier. Imagine a patient with diagnosis of rectal cancer. The patient has already completed chemo and radiotherapy and is scheduled for surgery to remove his rectum and the distal sigmoid colon. As you know, recovery from this procedure can be protracted and painful. Now it is important to do it the night before surgery, quite late in the evening. The patient's sense of helplessness and dependency is very intense then. So now is the time. Before introducing a gentle trance, can be only very light, and that's very easy. You agree on just 3 goals shared by all surgical patients. And these are: dry field, suggestion, keep your own blood. Delightfully surprising comfort and rapid wound healing. Some patients will add to it normal post-operative bowel function and also sexual function. So I mentioned direct suggestion is keep your own blood. Indirect suggestion would be imagine a dead dry field, vast, interminable. You can forget to feel. Just know what to move or not to move. Do not ever use pain, as it will trigger the unconscious mind. And you finish this short conversation by saying, well, don't be opposed to be pleasantly surprised with yourself. What I said applies to many operations. Shoulder, knee, hip replacement, open heart surgery, abdominal and thoracic procedures, and even total prostatectomy. And this is nothing new. In 19th century, Scottish surgeon James Esdale, who spent quite a long time in India performing major surgery without anesthetic, he reported, in surgery, the benefits of mesmerism are not confined to extension of pain during the operation, but are at the best offering advantages in the after treatment of surgical disease. During these late night conversations, avoid mandates. Refrain from using words you must, you will. And also avoid using don't. Why? Because it readily provokes resistance to, as any parent of adolescents will tell you. Because in order to make a sense of I don't have to first understand doing it and then negate it. Far more effective are indirect suggestions. I wonder. Don't need to tell you. Example. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that the health risks of obesity are substantial. Yet, I wonder what it would take for someone to inspire you to follow a healthier lifestyle. And yet everybody is different. Some people will need some time. Don't be disappointed if they don't come with the immediate response like, oh, I would like to see my grandchild graduate or something like this. Imagine a patient coming to your office with bronchitis, which is exacerbated by smoking for years and quite a lot. So we explain diagnosis and treatment and leave almost just before going out or before the patient goes out. Oh, by the way, you know you don't need to stop smoking today. It will work in approximately 30% of patients. By saying, you know that you don't need to stop smoking today, you give a patient what is called embedded command. You don't need to stop today, but you will need to stop. Now, I would like to just to end this conversation with you. There are two examples approaching issue of pain. You can say, the pain might last for a short while and I will give you a medication for it. But I have seen it disappear in patients very much like yourself, often surprisingly fast. Don't be opposed to surprise yourself. When you wake up tomorrow, you may feel 80 or 60% or even 90% better. Call me tomorrow and let me know how well you feel. Our traditional approach, your pain will probably last several or more days. So I'm prescribing you some painkillers. If it doesn't help, let me know, and I can give you something stronger. Meantime, call me if your pain isn't gone within a week or two. I hope I gave you some thoughts
Yeah.
to get over with. Because it's just a reflection of what we can do if we knew.
Quite useful, Tom. Thank you so much. I know people might have found the volume low or the voice a little slow, but that's how it works. So Tom works on more, and at times that slow voice actually puts you to sleep, and that's part of the hypnosis, which many people use. So it's interesting to really see that you get rid of your conscious mind and filter through to your deep brain level. So that's fantastic. I think there are some more people planning to join, but I just wanted to know if there are any other questions. Then we may ask. I have a question as well. So Tom, which conditions actually did you use, more like clinical conditions you think it would help most? I know one is pain, because in traditional medicine, if there's pain, you give a stronger painkiller and even a stronger painkiller. While with the hypnosis, you can actually get rid of, once you got the organic cause removed or a medical reason removed, then hypnosis can do a good job. So I think that's one which I know. Do you think it can help memory and the commonly found situation now, the attention deficit disorder and autism, etc.?
Well,
There are other situations where there is no cure in medicine, and we just kind of keep giving some sort of consolation to people.
when it comes to pain, for those who may not be fully aware, there's a big difference between chronic pain and acute pain. There has been an attempt recently to create a definition of what is chronic pain, and the only thing they came to conclusion, there is an association for pain which associated with the anesthetists. There's a chronic pain is a pain which lasts more than 3 months. This is misleading. The chronic pain is the pain which outlived its usefulness, essentially. An example is something which affects so many people. It's chronic back pain. Now, intensity of chronic back pain does not correlate with observed pathology on X-rays or MRI scans. It's got absolutely no correlation whatsoever. So what is it? Where is the pain? Is only within confines of the skull. So in other words, it's in our mind. It is in our unconscious mind, which is there to protect us. Except that chronic pain doesn't offer any protection. Acute pain, yes, is essential for survival, but not a chronic pain. So therefore, it can be safely removed. Now, is hypnosis successful? Yes, in 70%. And I've sent you evidence, which is a pretty good compilation of several meta-analyses, which are quite up to date. So if anyone would like to have a reference, they are most welcome to approach you or me. And if the most of doctors affiliated to university hospitals will have access to PubMed or OSIT, or which could give them free printouts. Otherwise, it's quite expensive. But then again, those who are in private practice can afford to buy the printouts like this. You know, there are plenty of other conditions, like let's say IBS. I've seen so many people coming saying, "Doctor told me I've got to learn to live with it." Beautiful example of a curse. It will stay with you for the rest of your life. Excellent curse. This is difficult to get rid of. Far more difficult, actually, than anxiety, which is causing it. And here it's where hypnosis is very helpful with combination with coaching, particularly in IBS, because there's a need to coach these people a bit. What about how to control thoughts? You know, this preoccupation of the Western culture with stress. You can say there's no stress. Stress is just a thought. And reaction to a thought is causing all damage. But I would say the stress doesn't exist really as a reality.
Great. So I think that's fantastic. I think that's very, very a useful session. I'm just thinking is that we wanted to have some more open discussion on really how do we integrate these things into the science and what are the challenges. So I would probably open the question to the floor about the challenges that we have integrating these and how should we tackle these challenges. So putting the problem is okay, but finding the solution to the problem is probably would be more interesting for me. So any of you, Tom, Belinda, or anyone else who would really want to talk?
As you said, it's particularly important what you just said.
Can you say it loud? Sorry.
It is very important what you just said. And that comes through teachings of many doctors who became hypnotherapists. There's no problems. Problems are thoughts. Only solutions matter. And you know, when I help in my charitable work veterans who are traumatized, I thought they are traumatized by the war. The war cannot traumatize a person. Traumatized person cannot fight the war. And what I discovered in a number of them, there is a problem for them of so-called trauma. It's very different, and it's usually with some form of child abuse. And I was surprised. I was surprised that therefore it led me to start reading a lot about psychiatry of trauma. The child abuse is very prevalent in Western culture. 1/3 of American children have been abused in some form. It can be abandonment, lack of connection with the mother in particular. In some cases, it's going to be incest.
Cool. That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thanks for inviting me.
My pleasure. It was so nice. I'm thinking is if anybody else has any thoughts on the challenges and the ways to tackle the challenges of integrating different sectors or different disciplines of the healthcare. They're all right in their own way, but instead of coming from a point of view of disliking each other, how we can create more liking for each other. And that's something interesting. So if anybody, Neha or Narendra is here as well. Yeah, Pirinder, you would want to put your thoughts, it'll be good to hear. Oh, Krishna, anybody else? We've got a few more minutes, probably around 12, 15 minutes just to go on it. So being a GP, you made a shift in there. How did that happen, and what was the driver, and how do you see them coming together?
Well, I think moving from hospital medicine to general practice was a huge adjustment because we were sort of at the front of it as opposed to second in the care progress of the individual or the care journey, health journey. And doing complementary therapies when I started in 1997 just wasn't accepted by the conventional medical field practitioners at all. And slowly things have started to change. I think what I feel is important is conveying the message that we are working with one individual that is a sum of different things. So whatever therapies we might be trained in is not the one size fits all. We have to bring in other things into the equation. It's what that individual needs to bring them into a state of balance. And as Tom has said, it's how we speak to our patients as well. Now, as a surgeon, my approach would be very different and is very different now as a GP and then as a complementary therapy practitioner. So the way I speak to people has changed. And it's also giving them that sense of, yes, this is where you're at. But where you want to be, we can facilitate that journey for you. If I haven't got a skill set, there is somebody I know that has, and you refer it. So that's, I think, integration, because we are working for the holistic well-being of the individual and not just to say, I am doing the best therapy there is in the world and that will fix everybody. There is no such thing. That's my belief.
I think you have brought a very important point here. The ego is one of big factor or a challenge, because everybody think they are the best and their mode of healthcare is the best or their discipline is best. And asking for help or doing a referral or even asking patient to go elsewhere is considered a failure, while actually it is not a failure, because as you mentioned, the focus is the patient and the health of the patient. And there is limitation. Nobody is perfect, and neither is any science or medical healthcare is perfect. There are different disciplines who are good at one thing, others are good at something else. So why don't we just pull them together? So I think that's an extremely good and useful point. to make at this juncture, that as you mentioned, that being open and asking to go somewhere else is not a failure. It's actually a good feeling that you are able to help somebody through something different of which you are not the expert, because you can only be expert in certain things, not in everything. I think that's a very positive point. Good. I don't know if Neha want to comment or Narendra, but meanwhile, I might actually want to ask you, so currently, what proportion of time do you give? I know you do part-time general practice still, and you do a part in your crystal therapy, stroke, energy therapy, and you run your groups of the healing circle, etc. So how is your kind of division, and how do you find the balance?
It has been a trial and error for a long period of time. And what I worked it down to is 3 days clinical work in a week and 2 days complementary therapies. So over the last 2 years, I haven't done any teaching as such, but I'm planning to start again from next March. So I think it has, the last 2.5 years have been a lot of self-reflection of where I am going personally on my journey and what can I share. And working with the Federation of Holistic Therapists has taken quite a bit of my time, because we are trying to get the accreditation up and also having meetings with the APPG on complementary therapies and bringing the experience forward, trying to present the research. And there is also in November a showcase where the MPs are going to try some complementary therapies. How we're going to organize that, we don't know yet, but we are trying to work with that. So it becomes something that we are able to offer more widely on the NHS than it is being done, because it needs to start at the top and filter down rather than bottom up.
I think that's wonderful, because we were trolling, I and Madan were talking yesterday and day before yesterday, in fact, that how we are going to bring it together. And it's good that we were thinking as well in November to try and get a conference form, mainly maybe online or something like that, so that the integration happens. And we would like to involve the other paraphernalia, which included the media and the politicians and the other influencers, in order to get that gravitas and make it more widely known. So it'll be good that after this meeting, we'll kind of work together and set up a group of the people who can actively contribute time to do this, because there is a feeling now people are more keen for this to happen now than they were before, because they feel there is a need. Question is that feeling the need versus making something happen to fulfill the need is still a journey. So we can try and fulfill the gap by putting all the hands on a pump, so that we can bring out the water sooner rather than later. So I think that's amazing. Also, I was thinking that in terms of, as you were mentioning, and as was Sarah, that this all is like driven from inside, and that's again complementing the ancient techniques, which I know in old time, like people sitting in their home could heal because they thought of the person, then they found where the problem is and they have healed, which is now is happening on Zoom, because people are doing, GPs are doing the consultation on Zoom and providing the advice, stroke treatment. The healers are doing the work on that. And this is extremely important from the point of view of channeling the energy through different techniques which can work. And breathing is one that actually is quite effective, because you can resonate your breathing. And in NLP, it is said that, if you're breathing at the same pace, I know when I did my the whole like mastery class from Tony Robbins, who is the master NLP coach in the world, even today, it was excellent because he tells you the techniques, what you can use and how you can be in harmony with the client, patient, or the person, whatever you call, depending on situation. And once you are in the same place, then you pace and lead. So you first connect to that person and then you take the control. And when you are moving forward, that person is coming with you. So that's quite interesting concept. And when I was talking earlier about from the universal energy to the individual energy field, and then the intelligence within the cells, the cellular energy field, the ATP, the ADP, which are at like a micro level, which the medical science can understand. However, the energy at a universal level is not what is well understood. And therefore, this is a disconnect that continue to happen. And therefore, we need to find some bridging the gap plan so that people can understand and synchronize their understanding of that science to the other science. And we might have to have some implants, medical implants, or accessory or prosthetics in case people are not able to walk on that journey. And therefore, once that all is done, it will be quite useful that we are all singing from the same hymn sheet and are primarily delivering the best quality of the care that we would like. So I think it's very, very interesting. So cool. Any last minute points from anyone, Tom, Belinda, or those people who are in the group or in the panel? Else we will invite Naveen, who is our next speaker. It looks like all good. So I might actually just move on to a slightly different place, although it is all the same plan of the therapy. That natural way of treating or healing is one of the better ones. And the nature, which is plants, and plants are in some way now converted into the natural form of treatment is Ayurveda, but there are also methodology in Ayurveda, which is much more than just the plants. So there are techniques which can be used in order to deliver more holistic therapy. And although it is called alternative therapy, I believe there are lots of elements which are very similar to our conventional medical therapy. And they are taught how to take pulse, they are taught the systems, the respiratory system, cardiovascular system, urinary systems. There are slightly different way of dealing, which is like Panch Tattva, Panch Bhuta, and how the systems work. Which sometimes when I started learning about Ayurveda, which was around 18, 20 years ago, that was very different to my conventional medicine. And that actually over a period of time, I have tried to find what is corollary between the two, how we can bring the parallels and how we can help both sides understand each other. The mental health is sorcery, which is very esoteric to a medical one. But if we go deep enough, there is enough convergence. And therefore, although these are called alternative therapies, they are actually stemming from the same system. And therefore, although modern medicine has started, it's more evidence-based, there is more stronger proof of concept, which is what the need for modern thinking is. People wanted a proof. You wouldn't want to buy anything from Amazon. You wanted to have a social proof. You want to see the ratings. You want to see what reviews say. And then you feel more confident to buy it. And it's very much similar. People would want to see what is the proof. So scientific experiment, trials, etc. happen. However, that does not mean that is the only thing, because what people have said, thought, experimented, experienced, and have mentioned in the literature has got evidence base on its own. So it's like bringing everything together in order to make a system that is more holistic, more comprehensive, and more complete. And that way, we are not doing any disfavor to any patient or client, and we are not doing a disfavor to any system or healthcare provider. So I think that is the whole idea, and I am very grateful. There are a lot of people who are in journey with me. I'm quite passionate about it, and I think we have made a lot of effort. I'm grateful to Neil Kumar, who has been very, very active in supporting it all the way through. And as you would know, Healing Our Earth is celebrating its 145th episode of healing, which is healing our Mother Earth, healing Mother Nature, and healing whole universe. When this started during the pandemic, there was an outcry. However, all the outcry has gone. This need for healing is still there. And we are on our journey of integrating the healthcare systems. And therefore, we have got almost now a few hundred people who are actively keen and engaged into the process. And I'm grateful to all of them. And I would like to record my appreciation publicly for those who are helping. And I would appeal to the public as well, because at some stage we would need public to support us when we go to the healthcare providers, when we are going to offer them a more cost-effective and more natural and less side effect contained system. And therefore, we would need all the influencer, all the public figures, as well as public at mass to support us. Through our website, thehealthpractitioners.com, we are trying to bring it together. We are coming out with a scientific journal called The Health Practitioners, which is now has got the international standard number. So it's like a pure scientific there. We are also providing in between the educational publications through various means. So a lot of work has gone into it. We are working with various organizations, including the Tai Chi Union, the Yoga Union, the Complementary Therapy Practitioners Forum. So all these are coming together, and I'm thinking that the healing of Earth is, in theory, not just healing our Earth, it's healing our people. And more people are healed, more healthy and happy they will become. And that is our aim, that ultimately happy, healthy people are going to make others happy and healthy and make the universe more happy and healthy. So I think I'm grateful to all of them. So thank you so much. And let me get now Dr. Naveen. He is primarily Ayurveda specialist. He has been working in Europe, both in Ayurveda and Unani Tibet therapy for many, many years, almost 2 decades, primarily in Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, and Switzerland. And he has made a significant impact there. He has been quite talented, had honors in gold medal in Delhi University, where he has done his Ayurveda and Unani Tibet therapy. However, more importantly, he has a reasonably good understanding of the pulse examination and the herbs and how that is brought into practical knowledge about human physiology and how to tie up with the Vedic literature about psychotherapy and mental health and emotional well-being. And obviously, most of you would know Panchkarma is the key linchpin in Ayurveda. used for detox and rejuvenation. So it's quite nice to see what is he think about it and how he would bring it together and how we can integrate that into our mainline conventional medicine without having any arguments. So it's good to hear how he would want to carry that on. So over to you. Welcome, Navinji. It's so nice to see Global Namaste. We all know that we chant the prayer Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Tubhag Bhavet, meaning thereby let all beings be happy, let all beings be healthy, and let no one suffer. Welcome, Ilimanawat. Navinji, glorious.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the organizer, host, and panelists. And so it's my first talk in England. I'm teaching in Europe for the last 30 years and 10 years in India. And this is my first opportunity to address to British, the real English people, and you will find a lot of mistakes by me in English, speaking English, because I've been speaking English to Dutch, Germans, and French, Swiss French, German, and German, French, German, Swiss, and Flemish, Belgian, and Flemish, French. All these kind of combinations I was speaking, and they were speaking in my language so that they understand me. And they were not English speaking, but they still tried. And so I catch up English from them also. And instead of catching up English from the English, which I should, I caught up English from all the non-English speaking European countries, people where I practiced for the last 30 years, and teaching also. Sometimes in small group, sometimes big group, sometimes even one-to-one. So I carry forward my talk from the 7th August episode, and people who like to know more about Ayurveda, something was spoken by Dr. Rajiv and Dr. E. Sharma and other colleagues of mine, and they well defined Ayurveda, what it is. So I understood from Neil that this whole, we are very less people on today on Zoom, but in fact on YouTube and all the other platforms, there's so many people maybe watching live, and maybe they're watching after that, which could be thousands. So I will address my talk based on that. It's global way of expression. And I will divide my talk, because I've been given a slot of 1 hour. So I'll divide my talk in 4 quarters. So the last quarter I will reserve for the panelists to have questions from me. And the 3 quarters, first one I'm speaking just now, I will keep on continuing. And the second quarter will be a small video which I have given to Neil, and he'll be presenting it to you. That was my talk in 2015 when I first came to United Kingdom in Wales, and I was teaching to a number of people there, and they were asking some questions. So I picked up that particular slot from that video, and it has been with Neil, and he'll be playing it after 15 minutes from now. And then third quarter I've reserved for myths about Ayurveda. And so, and last time we were speaking about Saundari Ayurveda, the Ayurveda cosmetology. So, or the skin care, as you may see. So we'll speak about that also in whatever time I will get. And I can speak about Ayurveda nail diagnosis, Ayurveda tongue diagnosis. There's so many aspects I can cover but I don't know how much time I'll be having.
I think it'll be good to really chunk it down on really one way on how this particular aspect or what disease or conditions you think where there is no cure in the traditional medical science. So that will be a very good starting point, because there is going
Okay,
to.
I'll follow you. I'll follow you. I had a talk with you already a few days before, and then you gave me already some hints. I'll follow you. I'll follow you. In letter and spirit, I'll follow you. So first, I will definitely, because it could be new audience, I will like to talk a little bit about Ayurveda. What Ayurveda, it is derived from two Sanskrit words, which is Ayus and Veda. Ayus is life, then we have to know what is life, and the Veda, the knowledge. So life is the harmonious contact of our body and mind with the soul. And Veda is the knowledge or science of. So understanding both worlds is necessary to fully grasp the philosophy of this discipline. So the first quarter now, what is expected from me today, what you have just said, and then gov.uk policy paper, what is already on 4th May 2021 published. So I'll speak a little bit about that. So coming to my first part, what is expected from me today? Medical fraternity, IHF I see as integrating health forum, directed me to speak over evidence-based medicine and patient-centered treatments. Here I can just name a disease, type 2 diabetes, for example, but it applies to all medical conditions and all lifestyle disorders prevalent today, and also the ones which are about to come. Don't think that we are stopped with the disease coming now. So not only new strains of virus will come, new diseases will emerge in future. And I'm very happy to share with all of you. Ayurveda already has the answer for all those diseases which will come also now. So, and the only thing is that we have to strategize our way of thinking. It's a global burden of disease and has to be analyzed and approached holistically, along with aging, cognitive, biological, socio-economical, socio-emotional development throughout entire lifespan is considered to provide a reasonable and acceptable context through Ayurveda and Ayush system for well-defined aspects of total health care for one and all. And this is my sankalpa. I've taken a vow, and this is a vow, which means a rule to be followed by all other rules. And what is this rule? What I know in Ayurveda, sir and madam, and my dear brothers and sisters, we have 4 components of Ayurvedic treatment or methodology. And each and every component has its own importance. And Dr. Tom was also referring to one of that. And in fact, he spoke a lot about that. And Dr. Binder was also explaining a lot about that. So, and Dr. Ajit, you keep on speaking about that only. So that means that we will all come to this point that we all will agree on these 4 points with Chikitsa Chatushpada. I will use sometimes Sanskrit words for that, but please forgive me for that. And I will translate it as I would do that for any non-English speaking person, then I will do it in English now. So Chikitsa Chatushpada means 4 limbs of the treatment. What are the 4 limbs? Bishak. Bishak can be translated as doctor. Dravya. Dravya can be translated as medicine. Upasthata. Upasthata can be translated as carrier, assistant or nurse. Rogi is patient. You see, doctor, medicine, carer, patient, all 4 have equal importance in Ayurveda. If one of the limb is missing something, then the other limb will provide, fill in the gap. But never think that 25% doctor will be able to provide the whole medical assistance. Or so it's not like that. So and now I have a question to all the medical fraternity. every time this question is put to us about evidence-based medicine and patient-centered treatment. But now I have a question to you, or maybe a suggestion, maybe a comment, and I'm open to answer or to receive anything what you will do in the end or just now. I don't know, whatever you feel like. And I make a statement now. Understanding the strength of Ayurveda for health promotion, maintenance of health, and management of a disease or a disorder, what is needed urgently is a non-compromisable position from all the stakeholders about equal and unbiased emphasis on each and every aspect, which I've just spoken about, the 4 aspects. As a responsible Ayurveda physician and internist in UK, I request the medical fraternity, please do not come to our discussion if you cannot accept all 4 components in health and disease, and this is non-negotiable. We are not going to talk just about the plants or just about the medicine, just about the treatment. We're not going to talk about it. We are all going to talk about the all 4 elements, and we will not compromise on anything. Patient is equally important. Care is equally important. For perfect health, we need all 4 components in a very perfect way. And I think I was told by Neil that he will be, because I have to respect his timings. So I have to respect his timings. So I will ask Neil to please open the video and let the people have the video for 15 minutes. And then I will continue my talk after the video finishes. That will be my 3rd quarter then, because it's 15 minutes already gone now. Neil, can you do that, please? Hello, Neil. Hello, Neil. Hello, Neil. As we agreed about 4:15, you'll be doing the video. I think Neil is
Neil,
I think Neil is not.
keep talking, and when he get time, he will try and plug it in.
Yes. Okay. So it's okay. It's okay. He will, when he will time, or he has to fix it up. He told me also to continue until he fixes it.
We had a chat. He's going to put at some point in time, but you carry talking.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay. Okay.
Brenda? I'm Brenda. So please put your question directly to me.
It's too specific. In the winter, which can be quite challenging here, from what I understand, the Vata aspect is aggravated because of the strong winds that we have, and it's the Kapha season. So Kapha is then, if you have a Kapha constitution, then I could understand that the Kapha could be aggravated. And so my question is, how could you support those constitutions? Because they're so different from each other. And I asked a question because personally it relates to me, but I think it may relate to others as well.
Yes.
Is that Kapha Vata is my constitution, and so I can see that they're quite difficult, could be potentially difficult things to manage in a season where you've got both, potentially you've got both aggravated. So what might appease Vata may aggravate Kapha. So how to try to find balance in difficult winter climates.
So it will be hard for me to talk about that vegetable is possible, that vegetable is not possible, that fruit is possible, that fruit is not possible. So it will be very hard to talk now, but I can tell you the concept behind it. As you know, that kapha is production of extra mucus in the system, which can block your respiratory channels and which can block the sinuses, nasal sinuses, paranasal sinuses, so it can be blocked and it can create some kind of mucus formation here. And then some people, and one of my patients was also who was here for yesterday, and she was having post-nasal drip. I don't know who it was, but anyway, it's not important. Post-nasal drip means drip forms here, and this drip, instead of coming out, it goes inside the throat. So this post-nasal drip. So this is what she's talking about, the kapha constitution. And in this condition, when there is a lot of wind, so that means the dishes which can produce a lot of vata. So to combat this condition, the best thing which I can advise you is fresh ginger. So how to use this fresh ginger? You can use fresh ginger as in tea. And as I was watching my program last year, I can give you a very good recipe for this constitution and also in this condition. Whenever you start eating your food, of course you have to bless the food and you have to build the food in the correct way. Take a small portion out of the food from each and every part of the food. Even if it is bread, soup, vegetables, dry, wet, whatever is, take a small portion from that and put it aside in your plate. A small portion from all the food. Okay? Take it aside. And in that small portion, put some ghee. Melted ghee. So you cannot use, if it's cold food you are eating, suppose you are eating only bread with honey or with cheese, then you have to really melt your ghee. So it should be melted ghee on that small portion. And then put little asafoetida. So 2-3 pinches of asafoetida. Hing. Why hing? Because hing has the power to absorb the gas. And the vata condition in this weather condition, vata, the windy condition, will create the gas in the food, in the person. So if you take a portion of the dishes which you have served for yourself today, a small portion of that, take it aside, and if you put the ghee into that, it will put a small amount of asafoetida into it, just 2 pinches, and ghee just half a teaspoon or even quarter teaspoon, and mix it together. Eat that portion of the food first, then your rest of the food, and that food will never create any extra slime or extra mucus in your body and will never create any gas in the body. That will be fit for the constitution.
That would be good for anyone.
In fact, that's the meaning. That's the meaning. So if you are having dal soup, so if I am having soup, for example, then I will take a separate bowl. I will take 1 teaspoon soup. Then I will serve myself 2 breads. So I'll take a portion of the bread in the soup. Then I have served myself some, for example, some red beet. So I'll take a portion of red beet. Then I've served myself some rucola or salad. I'll take portion of that salad. Okay? Then I've taken some cheese, so a portion of cheese. So then all the soup, cheese, bread, rucola, red beet, I'm going to mix. So that becomes a whole. And now in this whole, I make another whole and put the ghee and put little asafoetida, mix it and eat this first and then my food. It's a very good appetizer. You will see how your appetite increases. Immediately you will see. And so, because the kapha constitution, usually the appetite is low. In the pitta, appetite is high. In the kapha, appetite is low. In the pitta, appetite is high. 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 In the pitta, appetite is h to answer appetite, and to answer vata, to answer not production of this extra mucus. That's the formula I've given to you. And ginger tea. So just serve yourself with your food a glass of ginger tea. Just take ginger tea and this. And that's the best combination. And
is that good in other climates as well? So say you're in a warmer climate, it's still good to do that same technique?
If in the warm climate you are suffering from the same conditions of kapha or vata. But if there is very hot climate, then I will not put you on ginger. Then I will put you on, rather to balance the pitta of that climate condition, then I will put you on buttermilk. Buttermilk. In the summer condition, in the high summer condition, in the pitta condition, better you take with your food is 1 cup of buttermilk. It's really digestible and appetite stimulant.
That mixture of the ginger and asafoetida, that would also be good for people that are just vata, but don't have to be...
Vata and kapha condition, like rainy weather.
Yeah.
Rainy weather, windy weather.
Yeah, so even if you're not a kapha dosha,
yes,
you could still have that.
Exactly. Because kapha is in the weather.
Yeah.
If you're not kapha constituent, but if kapha is in the weather, that weather condition has to come to you. Yes. And if you're kapha, it will come more to you.
Yes.
But that's it. So then you have to be more protective than the other people. So you have, instead of eating 1 portion of that, you have to eat 2 portions of that, then the food. It's as simple as it is.
You said buttermilk in very hot climates.
Huh?
Is that instead of the ghee, the buttermilk?
No, ghee we still use. But instead of ginger, I must. Instead of ginger, I will use the buttermilk. And the ghee, even in ghee, there are several varieties of ghee. The ghee which we made here in our kitchen with Jalaramji, that's the, you will be very astonished to know, that's the most lowest variety of ghee we made. The most lowest variety of ghee is made from the butter, what we did today.
Do you mean rarest?
Most
basic, I think.
very basic, very, very basic. If you want to make really the high one,
okay,
then you need only 2 days only to how to make the ghee.
No, I understand. I just didn't understand your word, that's all.
Because you have to understand that what she does in our home, we bring the milk and we boil the milk, and she does it so good that you leave 1 portion of the lid open, and then it produces a lot of fat layer. How do you call that layer in English?
It's cream.
It's cream, you call it.
Yeah.
Okay, we call it malai. Malai. It's a thick layer of a cream on top of the milk. 10 to 12 hours to make that.
So whole cream is Cornish cream is made.
Yes. And then this milk which you are boiling, normally you should have patience in boiling the milk. If you will boil the milk on a high fire, then the fat content of the milk will not come out of the milk. So you have to bring the milk on a low fire, medium fire, and it cooks slowly. Then the fat content of that milk comes, and that fat content is coming as the layer. And then she collects that layer of the milk. Then if she boils the milk again, then again layer, and after all these layers she collects it, and after 3-4 days from this layers of the milk she produces the ghee, and that is called then butter she makes, and from butter is exactly like Krishna eats the butter.
You smell that ghee?
That much. And I on sometime on my roti chapati, I eat that much butter, and many people are astonished. They say to me when I show the Krishna photo and with butter, they say that, oh, Krishna was eating so much butter, so he must have a lot of cholesterol. And on top, he was butter thief. He was butter thief. But that's a very big story about butter thief. It's not a thief. He comes as a thief in your body to take the desires from you out of the body, so that even you don't know, and he has theft to desire, to live pure you. That's the Krishna butter. So she makes that butter, and that is called ghee. And I have, it was, I think, it was Thomas in Germany. He's making ghee like this.
Thomas.
Yes. So he came to me in Belgium, and he told with his wife together this, and he brought him ghee as present to me, and to offer to the Lord. And he said that ghee, we made it like this. I was so happy to know that. This is how you make the ghee. So we made from the butter. It's just basic, but still we made it good. So this is the ghee. Now that ghee, and who was there today with me, who told in India, you, I think, you had no problem with milk in India. You had no problem with milk in India, and the moment you drink milk here, so it's not the milk which is creating intolerance to people here, lactose intolerance. It's not the milk. It is how they are treating the cows and how they are treating the food of the cows. That is the culprit, not the milk. So we blame the milk. No. Pasteurization. Yes. And even before, I mean, 1 week back, I was we have Indian TV in our home, so we are watching a documentary in Gujarat, in Bed district, Bed district. They found the cow, and the urine of the cow they collected scientifically. I'm talking about the scientific laboratory. They collected the urine of the cow and they extracted gold from that. Cow urine has gold content. And now the villagers of that village, which are so poor, now they are so rich, everybody is making 5,000-6,000 rupees just to sell the urine. And rest of the India, they are selling the urine. They are making so big money nowadays. Every single villager who was so poor in the country, they are making so many, because the demand of that urine is so much now, and they are selling now. They become the businessmen. These poor people. Demand is supply. The more demand is coming, they make it more expensive. I said that yes, you should. All these people, Gir village, G-E-E-R village. You can see on internet today. G-E-E-R village in Gujarat. They found out, the laboratory found out, the scientific laboratory found out. They extracted silver, they extracted gold, they extracted from this cow urine, and it cures all cancer diseases. It's cure. So that's how.
So here I'm back, please. I hope you hello.
Yeah, please.
Yes. So here I'm back again. So I'm sorry. I mean, if that was not expected for me today, but I wanted to play it so that some of the questions which was already answered in that will be answered. And so only thing is that the urine part will not be acceptable to the British community. I know that, because I was addressing to a very special community which is very spiritual one in Wales, and usually I'm teaching to all the spiritual community all over Europe, and also my own master classes of Ayurveda. But anyway, so that's not important now. Important is to talk about, I will continue my talk from this aspect. Maybe the Krishna, maybe this was not important for all of you, because that involves a religion, and it should not. So let me take few essences from this: ghee and buttermilk. And I'm sure that is the point of time we can discuss it. And because this is a medical solution, you know, that for that, again, I will bring something which is from Vedas. And then you will understand me how I'm bringing the story of pulse examination and marma examination. Pulse, like, you know, that the way a physician is touching the pulse, it's a complete art. How do you feel it? Where do you start? What bhava you have? What bhava patient should have? All this is very important, left and right. And then the moment you take the pulse, I always say 3 times you pinch it and take it off, take it off, take it off. And then you catch hold of the pulse. And then you feel the 3 movements of the pulse, which they compared with snake, frog, and so on. It's not my pulse lesson, but I'm telling you, which will come to know about everything about the human physiology or pathology at the same time, which will be Vata, Pitta, Kapha, all the 5 sub-doshas of Vata, 5 sub-doshas of Pitta, 5 doshas of Kapha energy, 15, all the 7 dhatus, Rasa, Rakta, Masa, Rasa, Rakta, Mas, Med, Asti, Majja, Shukra, Artava, all the dhatus, all the tissues. Sorry for my fast Hindi, but definitely there will be time when I will speak so good about each and every tissue in the body. Then there are channels of circulation, and so on. And then there are 107 marma points in the human physiology. Marma points are at the vital points. What you know today as acupuncture or acupressure is a very beautiful knowledge, and very widespread knowledge, and well accepted knowledge. But we must also know the source of this knowledge. The source of this knowledge is Marma science. Source of this knowledge comes from the Varma. Marma is the care of the vital points in human physiology, and all over the body from head to toe, in the 4 limbs, abdomen, chest, back, lower back, neck, head. So we have 107 points, which are called vital points in human physiology. And these are the marma points. And this, of course, you will understand, because this is, but here I will quote one beautiful Sanskrit Vedic rhyme or poem that is again about Lord Krishna, and which I will translate into consciousness. Ses Ganesh Dinesh Mahesh Suresh hu jahi nit game jahi anadi anant abhed ached subed batame. They have told Lord Krishna, who is the 108th marma point in the human physiology. Of course, this point is not a physical point. It is superconsciousness. And how Lord Ganesha, sun god, Lord Shiva, they all praise, they sing the glories of Lord Krishna. And the Veda declares Lord Krishna as beginningless, endless, unlimited. indestructible, and void of differences. This is also, Dr. Ajivji, you were saying about the Atma. You were talking about the Atma. And when we go into the references, when we find out that in Bhagavad Gita, there is a reference about Nanam Chindanti Shastrani na dahati pavakaha, na maruta shoshati na apo kalidyanti. The soul, there is no weapon in the whole universe which can cut the soul. There is no air in the whole universe which can dry it. There is no fire which can burn it. There is no water which can dissolve it. So this is what Atma is. This is what the soul is. So Ayurveda is all about health, happiness, harmony of body, mind, and soul. Further, the producer of our program, Neil, he was mentioning last time on 7th of August that he was talking to all the panelists at that time, to all respected ones, that please give us and the audience the choice of, the 5 products. And then I heard about, there was a little bit joke going on. Madan is not here today. And I called him this morning and he was busy today. And then he talked about skin care. And then you're making joke about that Ayurveda will talk about skin care. And then modern medicine will talk about the dermatology. And in fact, Ayurveda will talk about Sondriya Ayurveda, Ayurveda cosmetology. There was a lecture about it also. So all these aspects are very well covered into Ayurveda. And then the most important element to learn Ayurveda, to start knowing about Ayurveda, are the tattvas, are the foundation and the principles of Ayurveda. And if we know them, then we go another step further to understand our constitution, and then it will get things so easy to understand. But there are certain rules for that. And in Ayurveda, we say that first you learn Achara Rasayana, code of conduct, the daily regimens, the seasonal regimens, the night regimens. So if you know all these regimens, then it's a preventive aspect of health. And then later comes on the management. When we will not follow these regimens, of course we will not follow. Nobody can follow the whole regimens. That's why we fall ill. That's why there is Ayurveda for that. And then, and what are the then I prepared, because last time we were talking about Sondriya Ayurveda. Otherwise, I think this topic will go a little bit longer, so Sondriya Ayurveda for me. So now I talk about the little bit more practical aspects, what in Britain everybody will think about Ayurveda. And I'm bringing the a talk to the point that I'm talking about some myths in Ayurveda.
Okay.
I have a list of myths in Ayurveda, and I will speak one by one. And you can stop me when my time is over. The first myth: Ayurvedic medicine takes longer to work and is not very effective. This is the most common misconception that surrounds Ayurveda. Any treatment, even if it follows an allopathic way of medicine or the Ayurvedic way, cannot cure one instantly. There are no instant results for any ailments, be it mild or severe. One reason why Ayurvedic medicine takes longer to provide result is that they do not merely alleviate symptoms. Instead, they work on removing the underlying cause of the disease. This has to be understood by the medical fraternity in a very good way. We have 6 stages of pathogenesis. We call it Shat Kriya Kal, 6 stages of pathogenesis of any disease and disorder or any syndrome or you can club few diseases also. First one is sanchaya, accumulation. The doshas, the faults, the disbalanced states, they start collecting at one place in the body or mind. And then we have to remove them at their collective point. For example, if we collect garbage at one place, if the lorry, the garbage lorry will not take it from the garbage point, what will happen? In few days, you will see that all the garbage is lying on these floors, on the streets. That's the stage of accumulation. And if it's not collected, what will happen? It will go to the state of aggravation. That is called prakopa. And that Ayurveda explains a little bit about in a very simpler way, because those times everyone was trained into Ayurveda. There was not a system that Ayurveda will only be taught to a practitioner. Everybody should know Ayurveda. When they cannot heal themselves, then they go to a doctor. And the doctor, my dear friends, I will tell you, this also Britain has to know, NHS has to know, Government of UK has to know, that the doctor who was not having patients at his practice in those times, he was rewarded by the king. Today you will reward the doctor who will receive thousands of or hundreds of thousands of patients. That doctor will be rewarded because he has received so many patients. And that's correct also. But see the other side. Other side is that the doctor will be rewarded when there is no patient. That means this doctor has conveyed, has acted as a responsible physician who has conveyed the right message to the people that they don't fall ill. So this is what this message is. So they set this message is that boil the milk. When the milk is boiling, and after, if you don't take care of that milk will come out of the vessel. And that is called Prasar's third stage of a disease. First was accumulation, second was aggravation, and third was overflowing. These three stages are all preclinical stages. Now, even in these three stages, we don't treat our patient or manage our patient or don't understand our patient. Then it will lead to the fourth, fifth, and sixth, and how, then it will all be clinical stages. Fourth stage will be sthana sansharaya. That means all the doshas, all the garbage which was going overflowing, they will be recollected at other place. Recollected to the fourth stage. And the fifth stage, it will already start manifesting the disease. Now the disease starts manifesting. It's the fifth stage. And sixth stage will be the stage of the complications. So take the example of the diabetes now, type 2 diabetes. How many people, they live very happily with diabetes? They are managed very good. With lifestyle managed very, very good. But it's a complication. For many complications. As for now, the 3-4 complications, everybody and all the medical fraternity knows about 3-4 complications: nephropathy, neuropathy, retinopathy, diabetic nephropathy. But there are 20 types of complications which Ayurveda has identified, and 20 types of diabetes also Ayurveda has identified. So we need to know all this from the sutra point of view before coming to a conclusion that this particular herb will help in that case. But it's also my duty today to talk about a little bit some herbs also. In that case, I will advise to avoid all the complications of diabetes, to go for moringa leaves. I'll give a Ayurveda water to people today. So please take a recipe from me for Ayurveda water. And it's such a beautiful water I'll make for you now. And you will love it, and try to do that today. And if possible, try to buy all things organic. So I'm not going to talk about the ingredients now. I'm going to talk about the whole thing, what comes in my mind at a flow. And please take your paper and pen. Give me 1 minute and I give you the formula now. Take a jug of water. Normal water. Almost say 1.5 liter in a glass jug. And then take some thin slices of 1/4 of a cucumber. And if it's organic, then you can have it with skin. And normally it's also should be with skin. It's a good quality one. So you 1/4 and you put half, you mix very thin slices and put that in water. Then you take 1/4 teaspoon of fenugreek seeds. It's very easily available. If the English community doesn't know it, so you can go to the Indian shops. They know it by the name Methi Beej. METHI, Methi, Beej means seed. Fenugreek seed, 1/4 teaspoon. Then you put few leaves of basil, 3-4 leaves of basil. Then you put 3-4 leaves of coriander. Then you put 3-4 leaves of mint. Mint, coriander, basil. Then you put 10 to 15 leaves of moringa. Moringa is also Moringa oleifera. We call it Suhanjana, Shigru. You can find on internet by the name Shigru, 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 Suhanjana. Normally, if you go to any Indian shop who sells vegetables, in London we have many. In the rest of the country, maybe I don't know much about it, but you can go to some Indian shops and you'll find it. But I'm sorry to say that the Indian restaurants are devoid of all these beautiful elements. They are more spices, and that's why the British people are thinking that Indian food is spicy, because all these people they put every spice in every gravy what they make, and then people like it because it's extra salt, extra spicy, not the food but all the spices. So I don't know, I'm not the fan of that. So please go to an Indian shop and buy the organic things if possible, and from internet it should be possible nowadays. So moringa leaves. So all you have put in the water, and after 15 minutes, your water is ready. You need just a filter, and you sieve, and you just pour water, whatever you want to drink, and it will really alkalize your body. There is many diseases which comes from the amlatva, the hyperacidity, and this will clear all the body fluids in the body, and all the dhatus, all the tissues. And so it's just a beautiful water I've given to you, and it is very freely can be given to the diabetic people. The only thing is you have to talk to your doctors if there is some restrictions about the water, but normally I made it 1.5 liter. So that should not be a problem for any medical condition even. But still, if you want to have a chat with your doctor, you can please feel free to do that, and you should do that. So this is the water which I wanted to tell. And then now almost summer is finishing, then time is again coming for using ginger in our food. So please use some fresh slice of ginger, organic ginger, few fresh slices, so you can use as a tea. What I used to say to and I shall repeat the same formula here also. So what you can do, you can take 1/2 liter of water in a thick bottom pan, casserole, and this water is 1/2 liter, and then you put almost 1 centimeter small pieces of fresh ginger, and then you put 1/2 teaspoon of ajwain seed. Ajwain, I don't have a translation for that, I'm sorry for that. Some people translate it as bishop seed, but they're not. So it is called ajwain, AJWAIN, ajwain seeds. So use 1/2 teaspoon of these seeds and 1/2 teaspoon of fennel seeds. Fennel, FENNEL seeds. And then 1 cardamom, green cardamom. You have to just put a hole in the cardamom, and with the skin, you can put the cardamom. Green cardamom. It's also available with all the Indian spices store. And then you put a teeny small piece of, I have to find the translation. I'm lost in the translation. I call it kanel. In my language, I call it dalchini. Cinnamon stick. You have to buy the cinnamon stick, but please don't buy the clean cinnamon stick. No, it should be rough. Then it is more oil into that. And just buy that a small piece of cinnamon stick, and then put it in the water. And then cook the water as you cook the tea. And the water, when water comes to the boiling point to 2-3 minutes, and you just take it off and filter it and serve 2 cups of tea for you. 1 cup, just exactly the way you would like to have, without adding anything. And the second cup, you can add some honey. Why? There's a logic behind it. Because in the first cup, when you're not adding honey, because honey should not be above the body temperature. Above the body temperature, because after taking this, your body will be a little warm after taking first cup of tea. In the second cup of tea, you can add honey. And after some time, your body is accommodated to that. So then this is so beautiful. So beautiful tea. I've given you the recipe. Beautiful water. I've given the recipe. And and I'm coming close to 5 o'clock, and Rajivji also seeing the time now. And I have, but since I was given 7 minutes late, and Dr. Tom also, I have to tell you, you're very, very nice, very, very nice. Such a soft-spoken person I've seen for the first time. You are a cardiothoracic surgeon, and I'm giving a tip to all cardiac patients that a small piece of kanel or this cinnamon, if you put under your tongue, I'm not saying it necessarily affects like a microaspirin or like a, I don't know the name of the drug, which sorbitrate, we call it in I don't know the name, please excuse me if I don't know correctly. So it is called sorbitrate, which we take for immediate, so this is the best drug for that. So it's the same effect you can have. So by these words, I will ask the panelists to have any question for me, because I started 7 minutes late. So I have 8 minutes now left because you will give me, if you don't want to give it, it's okay for me. It's okay. Then I keep it like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaste. Or should I take questions? I don't understand you. Unmute yourself, sir.
Rajiv, you need to unmute yourself. Over. Rajiv, you need to unmute yourself. Over. Okay, Dr. Naveen, just carry on. I'll try to contact him. Maybe he's not hearing us, but let's bring in the new host.
Maybe because you're open, Anil. Why don't you convey the message to the people that they can ask me question?
Yes, I'll just bring the next host here, Honey. Honey is the next host. She'll ask you a question, and let's see if Professor Ish is there.
Yes, hello and hi and global namaste to everyone. Dr. Hani Kalaria here. It was a real pleasure listening to you there, Dr. Naveen, and of course listening to your wonderful natural remedies that you are sharing with the global audiences. Thank you very much. So a question from me, perhaps. I know that we're waiting for Dr. Rajiv Ji to join us just now. A question for me is, I know that, you believe in these natural Ayurvedic remedies. What is one thing that you could recommend would help us overall in terms of health? I know sometimes it's for diabetes, sometimes it's for, some issues that we may have. But for overall health, well-being, strength, energy, vitality, what would you suggest would be something that everyone can have?
I'm answering.
Yes, please, Dr. Naveen Ji.
With money, without money. I'm answering without money.
Without
money means you don't have to pay anything to anybody. You only have to take boiled water, cool it to half.
Okay, so lukewarm water.
Not lukewarm. I didn't say that.
Right. So you boil the water and you make it a little half cool, right?
Yes,
yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Doctor,
in Europe, when we practiced in India, you say to people understood. But in Europe, you have to let them understood, and you have to verify if they understood or not.
Well, I have to verify this now.
I've been practiced for 30 years here in Europe.
Yes, I can see you
verified 2 times whether they understood correctly or not.
Yes, I think you're very thorough with this. Thank you very much, Dr. Naveen Ji.
You have to boil it, and in your case, and if this is for general people who are looking for YouTube, but for you, doctor, I have something more special. You boil the water, let it cool down, and again boil it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, you boil it again. All right.
Yes, basically you have to reduce it.
Oh, so so if you got this much water, you got less water, right?
Yes, reduce it,
evaporate.
And then you drink it lukewarm. So this is the care and cure of the whole body.
Wow. So why would this work? What is the reasoning behind this? Because
for that it will cost you.
You're here.
I'm a European. I'm a European person.
6 minutes on the global audience platform.
For that it costs. I'm a European person. I work half free of cost and half I have to charge.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
It's a long way, madam. It's not about that. Sorry about that.
Yes.
But madam, it's a whole philosophy behind it. It's a whole because then I have to explain to you what is rasa vasrotas.
Yes, no, I knew that because Ayurveda, it's a very deep subject.
It works on the lymphatic system, madam.
Absolutely, it's a very deep
lymphatic system.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Dr. Manavinji, I just want to say, thank you very much for your time. You've been absolutely amazing. We love your lovely new and natural remedies that you shared with us. I hope you have a fantastic day. And we look forward to having you back again as well to share more of your wonderful tips and advice to our global audiences.
Next time to London Rotary Club where you are sitting, and because I see your name is London Rotary Club. So I'm coming.
Yes, I am actually. I'm part of the London Rotary Club. That's right. Just come and join us.
Only thing I need to be invited. That's it.
Absolutely. No invitation required. You know, Dr. Hani Kalaria, Healing Our Earth, we're all one family. We all help each other. So thank you very much for your time, dear Navinji. Have a lovely day. And we move on straight to Mauritius, actually, to our one and only Professor Ish Sharma, who is absolutely amazing. He's one of our panelists. And of course, he's been with Healing Our Earth for quite some time now, always giving us lots and lots of advice in terms of how to enhance our health and well-being. He's our senior resident panelist, and Dr. Ish Sharma comes from a traditional Vaidya family. He did his post-graduation and doctorate in Ayurveda from the National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. He has a special knack for lifestyle disorders and conducted many clinical trials against diabetes, autoimmune disorders, and nervous system diseases. Dr. Sharma is also a global figure in Ayurveda with over 15 years of experience in Ayurveda education, delivery, training, and patient care. Ayurveda tourism as well, so which is really amazing. And as a Panchakarma clinician, he witnessed many marvelous results in most refractive patients. He authored 4 books, 20 peer-reviewed medical research articles, and of course headed a Babeke Ayurveda Medical College in Punjab, India. He served as the controller of examinations at Guru Ravidas Ayurveda University, which is in Hoshiarpur, hopefully I've said that right, in Punjab for 2 years. And currently he serves as the academic chair in Ayurveda medicine at the University of Mauritius. And we are so privileged and so honored to have him here. So global namaste to you, Professor Ish Sharma.
Namaste to all, and I suggest we need not reread our introduction because we are a family and we know each other, and we are hardly very close family who are logged in right now. When we have
but Professor Ish Sharma, we have a global audiences, and what you will be very pleased to know is every week we get new people joining us. We are growing our whole global family and audiences every single week, grow further. So we are absolutely amazed at the fact that Healing Our Earth has grown into such a lovely platform. And of course, we're looking forward to enhancing people's health and wellness. And Professor Ish Sharma, we love sharing with everybody how wonderful you are. We're very proud of your wonderful work.
Thank you for the kind words, Hani. And we had a special guest in the previous session. I invited my friend, Mr. Raja Sagaraja from Netherlands, and he was there when before Dr. Tom was talking. That time he was there, and he is my student from Holland. He is a Siddha expert also. He is an engineer, but he is a Siddha expert. So Siddha is a Tamilian kind of healthcare system. So hope to have him next time. And thank you very much, Naveen ji. And what I learned from you is the energy level you have got that is really infectious. We all are caught spellbound. You are never tired. And I do not know how much of MAH battery do you have, but you are always supercharged.
No,
and maybe Ayurveda.
I don't know what is MAH. I don't know. Sorry.
The mobile battery goes by the unit MAH, milliampere hertz. 4,500, 5,000. What is the battery power of your cell phone?
It is going from here now.
So what we're saying, Naveen ji, is we love your passion. I know you're very dedicated. You really are very excited and passionate about sharing your knowledge with the world and to help, change people's lives in a positive way. So we're very, very proud of that. And that's what, of course, Professor Ish Sharma ji is highlighting. So thank you for that. So Professor Ish Sharma ji, so we've got lots and lots of people watching us right now. And each one of them are interested in helping, wanting to enhance their own health, well-being, or maybe enhancing the health and well-being of their family members, close people, friends and family. So if we started off, your background is Ayurveda. And just now we had this lovely tip from, of course, Dr. Naveen ji, who just spoke about, you need to boil water, let it cool down, reboil the water. And that would be one of the best things you can do for enhancing your health by drinking, of course, lovely water, evaporated water, I'll call it. So from your side, for people who may not appreciate Ayurveda because they may be very much into orthodox medication and like normal doctors, GPs, etc., and believe in orthodox medicine, what would you say to them to start off with? Why is Ayurveda so important? Why should the world be able to appreciate this wonderful topic? What makes it so special?
Yeah, okay. Being from Ayurveda and having gone through like multiple healthcare systems, we had to study a lot of Western medicine and what is traditional Chinese medicine, what is Egyptian medicine, what is Unani, what is homeopathy. We know the basic principles of all. And what I find different in Ayurveda, which makes it different, that this is like a rare system which can be very effectively preventive. Whereas the Western medicine has yet to reach to that level, because by and large, the Western medicine is reactive, that they come into action after the disease has set in, and thereon they are very effective. They are very professional. They are very laborious. A lot of resources have gone into into the development of this modern healthcare system for last 300 years. But now somehow we have to reach somewhere, because now Ayurveda was very clear. I'll be answering because I know you want to save some money. You don't want to pay Naveen ji, but I'll answer your question for regarding this evaporated water.
Yeah, no, one thing, I would love to hear about that, the saving money on that side. But one thing that you said, which was really good to highlight with our audiences, because Ayurveda is about prevention. It's not about curing something. It's not about you having to go through the pain and the misery and suffering and then having to try to deal with the issue. It's about preventing them so you don't have to go through that particular issue in the first place, right? So that's a very powerful thing. And it's very, very natural. Because you find that Ayurveda, it doesn't seem to have, like side effects, and, like sometimes you have medication, it's helping you in one area, but it's destroying the organ, another organ in your body somewhere else because of its potency, etc. So there are many, many things that we have to consider when somebody's taking medication. But with Ayurveda, it seems to have no side effects as well. Is that right?
Very much right. This is correct. But again, because if this is a tool, if you don't use it correctly, then you can harm yourself and to your patients as well. That is where this cannot be like if this was not at all having any reactions or side effect, then everyone would consume everything. Anything from Ayurveda, just pop in. Yes. It will do some good. It cannot do any bad. This is a wrong conception.
But that's with everything in life, isn't there? There's always measurements. Yes. Like if somebody says you have a cup of tea, okay, fine, 1 cup of tea may be okay. But if you have 20 cups of teas a day, then of course it's going to have a different effect. So there's always some measurement that you need to consider. Even with fruits, etc. Some people say there's too much fructose, there's too much sugar in the actual fruits. So if you think I'm having fruit and I've had 20 fruits today, but actually you're putting a lot of sugar in your body. So, so everything has that measurement. So that's why Ayurvedic specialists and practitioners like yourself are very important to help to guide the patients.
Yeah. So what are the strengths from Ayurveda? First of all, this can be really preventive, because Ayurveda was very clear. Ayurveda has got one, like I'll read out a half a shloka from Sanskrit, a prameho anushangi nam. This translates to diabetes in general and lifestyle disorders in general and diabetes in particular. They do not come to go back. They are very loyal. That is where the reactive medicine is too little, too late. You cannot keep waiting that you come to me when you are a diabetic, you are a patient with ischemic heart disease, or when you are having cancer. What can I give to you when you don't have cancer? I'm a cancer specialist. So you are not my subject because you don't have cancer. Then this is too late. When the patient comes, oh, then now you have cancer. Now we don't have any treatment. When you did not have cancer, then we did not have any treatment, So what I mean to tell to you is, Ayurveda was very clear. Lifestyle diseases do not come to go back. That is where, because you have...
I didn't quite understand that. What do you mean by that? Lifestyle diseases do not come to go back. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, they are not cured.
Okay, to be, okay, right. So lifestyle diseases do not come so that they can be cured just like that. They cannot be cured so easily.
Lifestyle diseases are very loyal and they would never leave you.
Right, understand. So these are really, once they're in you, they don't want to leave, right? So once you've got a back pain, you continue getting that back pain. It won't go unless something drastic takes place to get rid of it somehow.
Yeah.
But you're saying that with Ayurveda, if we went through some of those practices and some principles, you wouldn't even get those pains in the first place.
Because that is the next statement. Seeing the severity of non-communicable diseases, lifestyle disorders, now prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure.
That's nice. That's very good.
Yeah,
yes.
you don't have an option that, okay, when I get ill, then I'll take treatment. No, it's too late, too little. That is where somehow you have to wake up right now. This is the only time for you to open your eyes. You have to learn from others, because your father had diabetes, for example, then you know that you stand 50% chance to have diabetes. Your mother also had diabetes, then you stand a 90% chance to have diabetes. Now, if still you say, my father had diabetes, my father has diabetes, my mother has diabetes, but I am not a diabetic, so I won't take care. This is the biggest mistake what we can commit. I should understand.
Very true, because when we are well, we never worry about things because we think everything's going to be fine anyway. But it's only when you start getting those actual symptoms, you think, oh God, I feel this and I feel that. When you think, I wish I'd taken the care when my friend, Mr. Professor Ish Sharma, told me this. And I never listened to him. All the way from Mauritius, I was getting this wonderful advice and I never took it. Yeah, no, but you're absolutely right. If you follow these process of lifestyle management, as people would call it, is that right? It's your health management. It's just like when you manage your finances, you manage the way you live your life. You should be managing your body as well, which is health is wealth, right?
Yes, and this is simpler than you imagine this to be. You need not struggle against, like, I should be having a lifestyle against diabetes, obesity, cancer, skin disease, respiratory, kidney, brain. No, we don't have 50 plans for you for your 50 future future risks, because you might develop one of 200 diseases after 10 years. So we don't have 200 plans for you. We have one plan which would really be sufficient to take care of your any and many diseases which might roll in future. Okay. Now,
sorry, just question there. You mentioned something that could happen in the future. These are things to prevent, and each person has their own, depending, of course, on their body types and what their lifestyle is. And you would probably speak to them and then give them the right prescription, let's call it. But at the same time, there are lots of things that are happening in the world right now. We talk about things like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. There's lots of those kinds of situations that are taking place. Mental health issues as well, where people, start having little issues with those things, as well as, diabetes is on the rise. I sometimes wonder that the health system is so advanced but more people are getting ill. I thought, the more advanced we get, I thought less people should be getting ill, there should be more health and things. So how would you support and how would you help people understand this area? Like, why is there so much illnesses and health issues and things going on, even when we have advanced so much?
Yes, the problem is the individual is not taken into consideration. It's a disease drug relationship. It is like a problem to like Honey or Dr. Gupta or me. We three have got the headache, then we have got a paracetamol, where individuals do not factor in. This is where Ayurveda stands apart. If we like 8 people in this group right now, if they have got headache, then their treatments can be different, because we are different individuals. So like inter-individual variation, what we call prakriti, or your body type, your mind type, is totally bypassed when it comes to the Western medicine, because it's a drug disease association and no human being in between.
Right. So there's 3 people with headaches. One is because they've been overworking. One is because they've got some real underlying issue, really terrible one. And one could be the fact that it's just a one-off little headache because they're just tired or something like that, or something. So they get been 3, and then you just find out a little bit, and then you give them appropriate medication, which is Ayurvedic medication, based on what issue they have. And this is something what Western medicine do not take into consideration. I understand, right? So yes, got a very, very important point. Yes.
Rajiv ji, you want to comment, please?
Yes, I am saying.
Oh yes, hello, Global Namaste, Rajiv ji. So lovely to have you here, and of course, really enjoying the program with you and with such wonderful panelists.
Yes, I think that's great. So it's very good. I think it's by and large quite true that there is more individualization. However, it's not entirely correct that the conventional medicine is same for all, because same migraine for different people, there are different medications depending on rest of the body. So those who are having hypertension, perhaps maybe, or propranolol is a better medicine than bisotifen. So again, there is a lot of ramifications which other systems don't know. And it is just like medical people don't know about Ayurveda, Ayurvedic people don't know about the conventional medicine, and we keep criticizing each other. And that's the whole purpose, that being together, we try and understand more of each other. And therefore, if we understand more of each other, we can really provide the best type of care to the patient.
So it's complementing, it's complementary, complementing and bringing in specialists from all backgrounds, really, because they all bring in something to the table to help to enhance the well-being of the each individual, as you mentioned. But I still feel, because I know so many people who have diabetes, who may have other issues, and they never get better. They'll always have to keep taking medication. There is no end now, because once they're on this wheel, they're going to have to continue. So I'm very, very interested in how do you get people to come out of this cycle of having to continuously take medication. Before there was 3, then there was 7. Now there's 15 tablets they're taking a day, just to keep well. And I really believe that if there is any ways to prevent people's well-being and health, I think that's a really important area we should be looking into, each one of us. And sharing, if we get those tips and advice to share with our audiences.
So that is exactly the purpose, that allopathic medicine, primarily believe on the evidences, and it believe on what exactly is happening, because it's not like people think and they do the things and there is no evidence for it, because you can't prove the new crop, if you like it or not. Yeah, everybody, I mentioned earlier, they like on proof. So I was mentioning earlier, you want to buy something on Amazon, you don't just go and buy any rubbish. You don't buy anything. You go, you look how many reviews are there, what are they saying, then you buy it, because people want to believe what is, and that is called social proof. And same is the scientific proof needed here. People want to know what experiments have been done, what have been found useful, what is there, and how it affects, what effect it has,
what are the side effects. So during the research, all the side effects are tested, found, and if you read the leaflet of the drug, all the side effects are mentioned because everything is there. So this is a sign which is absolutely fundamentally clear.
But there's a very long list of side effects. It's like it covers, and it's like you're covering every area just in case, you know. But but it's very important, you know. Like absolutely. I mean, I'm just sort of looking at it on both sides, you know, just to have a good discussion about this. But when we are saying one thing which is very important about what you're doing, Rajiv Ji, is very important, is the fact that you're bringing in scientific research to ensure that when we talk to people, it's not just about telling them this is, here, take this medication or take this natural medication or whatever. Take this because the research we have done shows this, you know, and that's a very important part of what we're discussing here. Because it's not just sharing information that we have read or we believe in. It's actually all based on research. And thousands of people have been part of this, right? And how do you do this, Rajiv Ji? How are such researches, research programs conducted so that we could ensure that the public feels comfortable, you know, with what we are trying to convey?
So very, very important question you have asked. And this is because the scientific trials are designed and there is ethical approval done. So I have been the chief investigator for many international trials and the UK coordinator of the multinational trials. So they are very, very strict protocol designed and they're tested time and time again. And ethical approval is done, of which there is public, scientific people, pharmacists, all variety of people. It's a big panel of like something around 28 people, which are of different fields. So no trial goes like that. I've been part of ethics committee in past, and I have been on the receiving end, i.e. my research is going through the research ethics, and I had a hard time because they don't allow anything to happen. So it's a very, very rigorous method. And the clear reason for rigorous method is so that everything is done properly and therefore the results are relied upon. And also the question they ask, so what? So yes, if it is useful, so what? In what way it is going to benefit the mankind? So there is a lot more than most people know about it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because I know that a few of my friends were into the research areas. You know, they were saying it's very, very difficult to get things passed, like let's say if it was FDA or something, so if you're trying to get things approved, it's not very easy. But then at the same time, we also hear of the fact that people who are sit on these panels, they're not very keen on non-orthodox medication either, so maybe making it a little harder, for those like Ayurveda and energy healing and things like that to come through, to be passed. Is that right? Do you find that? Is there a little bit of a struggle in that area?
I think, and that is the purpose of setting this group, so that majority of people who bring that, they don't have very strong scientific background and they do not understand how rigorous the method has to be. And one of the difficulty is currently because the typical what is required is a controlled trial. So this is there, this is here, how the two groups compare to each other. And then even more important is cross. So if you cross from this side to this side, does it still hold true? And the third more important is blinding. So you're blind to which arm has got what. And then the true acid test come, because if there's blinding and still only one side is proving better all the time, then you know for sure that is gone through all the systems.
Right.
Complementary and other alternative therapy is that the blinding is very difficult. And therefore, I am trying to help. And Neha, I don't know if she's still here. We are working on this, how we can make it as robust as possible. So that, because we know there are a lot more difficulties it going through that. So how we can make it there. And that is how it's important. And coming to your earlier question, yes. So if diabetes is there, so I am, say, for example, I advise do yoga alongside your conventional treatment. So say, for example, Kapalbhati, I'm a very strong proponent because Kapalbhati, you are doing that breathing, deep breathing in and then breathing out. With that, each breathing out, you are massaging your pancreas, so residual insulin is going to be secreted.
All right. So if people were doing the we call pranic breathing of some sort, there are different types of exercises, and the one you're saying is the the fast breathing one, right? Where you're actually, even if something is clogged up, let's say your lungs are clogged up, it'll kind of shake and clean up the mucus or whatever's around, right?
So that for diabetes particularly, this is called Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati is where you take a deep breath in, have 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 breath out, and then deep breath in, then multiple breaths out, and deep breath in, multiple. And that actually massages the stomach, your abdomen, and within the back of abdomen is pancreas. So it put a lot of pressure on it, as a result of which it massaged the pancreas and released the residual insulin.
That's amazing. That's really good. This is very important because there are lots of spiritual people who are teaching yoga, but they don't understand the scientific reasoning behind it. But they know that people get well and people feel better, and people's well-being gets enhanced. Now, in this particular organization, of course, the forum that we're setting up here with the Healing Our Earth, especially the Health Forum, integrated health as well. I think this is really important because this kind of research information could go out to even yoga practitioners to help them understand what they're actually teaching and how it's affecting a body, and they can explain this better. And human beings like myself, for example, human beings, hopefully I am a human being, but the people like ourselves, who understand this now will probably feel that, I should, 10 minutes of doing this every day, I can spare that time for my health and well-being, because it enhances and it encourages people to do something because they know there is this type of benefits that they're going to get, not just do this every day. It's do this every day because you will get this out of it, which I think is very important. I think that's a very powerful message. And so may I go back to Professor Sharmaji? Sorry, Rajivji. Yes, please.
I'm thinking also the second reason is that once people know why they are doing what they're doing, they would continue to do, because majority of people do something for 2 days and then not for 3 days, then for 1 day and not for 5 days, because these are all esoteric things. They are not like rigorous things. So if they know what they're doing, why they are doing, and if the yoga practitioners explain it very clearly, this is how it's going to help, they will believe in it and they will do it more regularly.
Absolutely. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what we both agree with this. This is very important. And I think I would do that as well, because if somebody just told me to do something, I would think, well, what am I getting out of this one and why does it work? And I'm an inquisitive person, so I would ask lots of questions. And until I don't understand, I won't go ahead. Like sometimes I used to think, although this is something completely different, but when we had the vaccination programs with the COVID, I would still ask questions. Well, hold on a minute. Most of the times you would take 10 years for it, human trials, and people are just getting vaccinated all of a sudden. I'm not too sure if I feel very comfortable with this, So I would also ask these questions. And I think everybody should ask questions because it's their health and it's their choice. And once they understand and we educate them, we don't need to push them because they themselves will take the, the steps. They'll already be motivated. And I believe that what we do here at Healing Our Earth, the global platform that we have, it's educating people, it's informing people. The choice is theirs and yours, so whoever's watching this, the choice is yours to make the difference. And one thing I've learned in my life every time is when you read and read and read, you'll get all the knowledge, but you'll never get the results. When you read, watch, and then you put it into practice, that's when I start getting the results. So everybody, I would really highly recommend who's watching that try out some of these things personally so that you yourself can see for yourself how it's helping you. I did 45 days of meditation and then I never stopped because that 45 days ingrained the habit, helped me to understand how much benefits I was getting from my meditation. nobody has to ever push me that now you should meditate. I just go and meditate myself because I know it helps me a lot. So it's the practical aspects people should also try out. So coming to our dear Professor Ish Sharma ji, you know, this is wonderful things that Rajiv ji has just shared with us. It's so important. The research he talked about is very, very important. The understanding, the science behind what people do, they need to understand this. This is very important as well, the education side. Yourself, is there anything that you would like to perhaps, you know, any feedback that you would like to give relating to what Dr. Rajiv Gupta has just shared?
Yes, for sure. Like Rajiv ji very nicely elaborated, like the procedure, clinical research procedure, like how do we postulate a hypothesis, you know, how do we go ahead, what would be the parameters, how do we blind, and how do we control, how do we interpret. So this surely is a very rigorous science, and that is where we end up having some really very effective medicines. And as you rightly pointed out, vaccines do take like around 10 years to develop, but COVID was such a unprecedented like terror where things had to roll in fast, and sometimes they could have been like made available a bit prematurely. But this was very much important, like more than a medical success, a psychological support was much more required by the world. That is where now we have taken like 3-4 vaccines. I have taken 4 shots, second booster also. Now, is that helping me or not? Will that help me or not? What would this do to me 10 years later, these 4 shots? That is a later on story. But as of now, we are calm. We all are a bit relaxed that, okay, we had a medicine, we had a shot, we had a vaccine. Now the world is safer. That was a very important component delivered by maybe so-called premature vaccine. This is my take. I might not be correct, but somehow I believe psychological
But there's always pros and cons with everything, right? So in anything in life, there's always pros and cons. So you'll always have, that's what makes us humans, right? Everybody has their own individuality and everybody has their own individual choices. Even when you have medication, you have your own choice. Do I want to go with the operation or do I want to go with this medication? And you know, everybody has that choice. So yeah, so you know, nothing is good or bad, but everybody should be aware that there are these different ways of thinking, and there are people who will think different ways in, you know, in this industry. I'm coming to Dr. Naveen ji as well, that whilst you're there, thank you so much for also listening and, you know, sharing, and I can see you're all ears and listening very attentively. Again, we spoke about this wonderful research. We talked about Professor Ish Sharma saying, you know, sometimes we have to take these kinds of medications, which is orthodox. It's not even Ayurvedic or anything. You know, it's something that everybody takes, etc. What is your take on how do we make a healthier planet? How do we make people more healthy? How do we keep people happier, healthier? What do you think?
Follow the seasonal regimens. Every change of season, I will not every time say from Ayurvedic perspective, because when I mention about Ayurvedic perspective, then I'm emphasizing something which is coming from somewhere from the sky. No, I'm talking from the perspective of the human health. And then this is valid for by default for everybody. So all the seasons, if we are experiencing 4 seasons in Europe and 6 seasons in India, which is in fact 6 seasons here also, because every season has 2 months. So this is how the whole calendar is divided. So,
right. So how do you mean this exactly? Because we have spring, we have summer, we have autumn, we have winter. But you're saying there's one before, a little bit time before, a bit after.
Let us settle down for 4 seasons. Otherwise, I will take winter as 3 seasons: early winter, winter, and late winter.
Right, right. Absolutely. You're right. Because sometimes it's mild, but then it gets very cold later on with the snow. So there is different seasons.
Theory or Ayurvedic dictum, you have to go in detail about it. And that detail is not about the sun calendar, I'm sorry to say. That detail is about moon calendar again. So, and that is this type of discussion, it will lead me, I mean, all my audience will be confused. And because it's my first lecture today in England, so I just want to be safe.
Right. No, that's yes.
Very confusing doctor.
Yes. Okay. Don't worry. We don't want to confuse
people so much that they will try to put it like this, and that it will enhance their marma.
Well, do you know, being a dance teacher myself, because I believe in health and well-being through dance as well, and creativity.
I was saying, madam, by the way, I was saying enhance, but you said dance. But both are same.
Yes.
Dance, because dance also enhances. So so let me put to dance. The best dance in the whole world. Do you know that who did it? Krishna in Maharashtra Leela.
Right. Okay. Right.
You cannot compare that dance. And you know the whole space between Krishna's mouth and his fluid, there is small space to which he blows the music. In that space exists the whole space of the whole universe.
Right. So when we come into Vedic, when we look into Vedic ideology and Vedic ideas and things,
you have to understand the Mahataro Mahataraha. That Sukshmato Sukshmataha. Kalatitam, Bhavatitam, Gunatitam, Brahma.
Right. So how does this relate to the seasons, Dr. Naveenji? What do you mean by, because you were speaking about, like everybody's, you have to enhance, to make happier and healthier people on the planet. You were telling about the different seasons.
Dance, music, dance.
Oh, it's very good. That I would always be very happy with. But there was one thing.
Not with this. How do you call it? Rock and roll. Not that.
Yes. Creativity. You bring in dance creation through your soul, I believe. And, through higher consciousness. And
you know that the how the universe was created. It was created by the dance.
Right, dance of Brahma, dance of Shiva, dance of yes, yes, absolutely.
The vibration of Lord Shiva created the whole universe.
Right. So these things. So how would this help people? For example, what I'm trying to share is, for example, you mentioned just now that if you, So just one thing that you were mentioning, that it's hard to explain some of these things, but being doctors and teachers and educators.
No, forget about it.
Yes.
About the doctor. There's no need to be doctor, because everyone is a doctor amongst us. All the people on the earth who are born, they are doctor themselves, because God has given them self-healing capacity.
Got it. Yes, I like that. Yes, I believe in that.
By yourself. So only the external doctor is a medium. When your own doctor fails or is not able to perform, then the external doctor comes. In which category we as a professional can come. But we are all doctors. So basically...
Oh, I think you're muted there. I'm so sorry, Dr. Naveenji, you're muted.
Okay.
Yes.
Basically, you have to follow the regimens. For example, when you wake up in the morning, okay? So before coming out of the bed, before putting your feet on the earth, you should be thankful to that energy which has given you the prana, the life force to breathe. So
gratitude. So make sure when you, so the two things I've just picked up from what you just said, there's normally a structure in your day that you should be following, a kind of a structure to help your body as well. There's a cycle. So when you wake up in the morning, be grateful and be appreciative of what, your life, etc.
Dr. Kalaria, we are making very good discussion. And if I point out to you that don't feel offended to that, because I will add to your things. Sometimes we have to structure, sometimes we have to deprogram you.
Ah, right. Interesting.
Because the West is already...
Oh, you've gone into mute again. You've gone into mute again. You've gone... So he's gone into mute. Dr. Rajiv ji, may I ask you to please come on board again? I think Dr. Naveen ji has just gone into mute again.
Yes.
Yeah, Rajiv ji, I know Dr. Naveen ji is saying some very interesting things. He just spoke about something very interesting.
Because everybody is programmed already here. Huh?
Yeah.
Because we are in the West, we are already programmed. So the time.
Oh, it's gone into me. So Rajiv ji, so what is your thinking about what Dr. Naveen is saying? Because there is a kind of a discipline, some schedules that we should put in to help us with our health and well-being. And at the same time, he spoke about deprogramming as well, which I think is also very important. Sometimes we are programmed in a wrong way as well. Wrong habits have been implemented, or we've seen people around us, role models of ours, and we follow what they do, and we're like that as well. Whatever the case.
Swami Vivekananda of Ayurveda is present in our conference today, and Dr. Madan Thanga.
I'm so sorry, but you've gone into mute again, dear Dr. Naveen ji. Rajiv ji, may I ask you, so what is your comment on this?
So saying all that, in yoga, there is like these are basic, niyam is part of there. So, you need to have those habits. So it is important that body needs to, it's very important to understand the body, because each body is different. And each person living in the environment is different, and the body needs to react with the environment, because when you are breathing, you are reacting with the environment. You are breathing air from the environment. It's unwise to say that we don't need the environment, we are on our own. We can't do that. So it's the body in reaction to the environment, and that is physical environment as well as the emotional environment. And I would say, I personally believe, and I know many of my medical colleagues do not believe, and we touched upon it earlier, on the spiritual environment. So spiritual environment is also very important. And the reason I mention it is that there is, whether we believe it or not, there is a soul.
Yes.
To feed
I believe there's also research that's been has taken place where it's actually proven that there is a soul, I believe.
Correct.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
To feed the soul, you need spiritualism. Now, even the Western medicine, although the medicine itself didn't believe, Western people had Jesus, and there was a sect and there was a Christianity which is not as much followed now with the newer generation, but that is all acceptable, because people are people, and when no matter what we like, people are changing the generation and people are moving into the things which are more materialistic than realistic. And it's a journey, and within the spectrum you would find Protestants are different within the Christianity, and they are more like towards the oldest traditional thing. So we need that feeding through onto our body in order to live more holistically, in order to bring it together. So niyam, vinyam, pratyahar, pratarna, and dharana, samadhi, these are all like one after the other, going from your normal materialistic life towards a dedicated and supremacy life.
Right. So we're saying, our body is made up of not just the physical body that we tend to concentrate on, but of course we have a mental body where all our thoughts are also actually having an effect on our body as well, our physical body, the thoughts, etc. So our mind. So there is also our mental body. We then have the emotional body, because our emotions, just in case if you went through trauma or whatever it is, will then affect your body all of a sudden, because emotions also affect your well-being, etc. And then there is also the layer of the spiritual layer, because sometimes spiritual faith helps you to have courage and help you to have self-healing, because that energy comes from somewhere. Like if you have trust and faith that nothing's going to happen to you, then suddenly you feel protected, and you do, you have this self-healing that takes place because of it. So there is this spiritual energy, there is a higher energy, sixth sense. the way I normally explain is that always to people is if you've got fishes and sharks and octopuses and whales living in the sea, they will never know there's a jungle with zebras and lions and tigers, right? And then when you go into the jungle and there is all these zebras and giraffes and tigers, they won't know there is a city with trains and aeroplanes and things. And then you go into this, the human beings where they're living in the city. How do we know there won't be something higher, like a higher energies that could be living with us, or other dimensions that are connecting with us? So we need to be quite open-minded about the way life lives, So I understand you don't need to be religious, but definitely the spiritual side is there. There's a spiritual higher energy power that's there. And I don't know how a seed can ever become a flower, because a human being can never do that. And a human being can never make a baby, create like a mechanical, they can make a robot, but they can never, so that force comes from somewhere, and everybody needs to appreciate that there is a life force, prana. We have Dr. Madan Tangavelu, who's with us as well, another senior panelist. Global namaste to you. Thank you for joining us here today. I know you've been very, very patiently listening to our discussions going. Is there anything that you would like to perhaps add to our discussion?
Annie, thank you. Thank you so much for, apologies for joining late, but thank you so much for having me here with all of you today.
Oh, we love having you here. Thank you so much. And I'm very, very proud to have such lovely, very, very knowledgeable experts who've all come together on this one platform. We're very, very honored to have you here.
We had a lovely engagement yesterday, and Rajiv Ji was also with us, and we were talking about how to see in as holistic a way as possible, and to see in the finest detail as possible. So two things, we have to expand outwards and go inwards. And in all of these exercises, we are stuck with a difficulty, and that difficulty is cognition.
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 Mm-hmm.
You talked about dancing, and Naveenji talked about, the finest gap between the bansuri, the flute that Lord Krishna plays. There is a gap between the lip and the instrument. Okay?
Yes.
And this is an expression of the horizons of sensitivity. We live our life based on the five senses we have. And our five senses have a limit. We devise new instruments to push those limits, push us beyond. So much of modern medicine technology that we have is based on pushing the limits to the horizons of our cognition. Now, is there a world that is beyond our horizons of cognition? Now, it's a very interesting question, because this question is being asked and honed and analyzed very delicately with the greatest skill in the Indian systems. There is a Sanskrit expression, Naveenji might correct my pronunciation, but it goes along these lines. In Sanskrit, Ishji can also correct me. Pratyaksham, that means what is open to the senses. Pratyaksham alpam is tiny. Apratyaksh, what is beyond our senses, is bahut, is huge. So our ancients realized
Pratyaksham hi alpam. The obvious, the visible is limited. Apratyaksham hi analpam.
There it is.
That is endless. What we cannot see obviously by the sense organs is endless.
Limitless. So we are fortunate that most of us here come from a tradition and a culture that accepts that worldview, that what we can sense is little and what is beyond. Now, we discussed some of this yesterday, and I'm now trying to push this outwards, outwards in understanding that holistic nature. And if I'm happy to see Tom Spitt here with us. Tom, as a cardiovascular surgeon, understands the heart very well, And Tom might have thought about this. He would have used this in places. And a very simple exercise. I'm just going to use a search string here. The search string is the electric field of the heart. And I'm using the name of anybody can do the search, electric field of the heart, plus a term called heart math, HEARTMATH, heart math. Okay, if you use that as a search string in a Google search, you will come up to this page result, and then it will come up with some images. I just moved to the images section. And if you go to in here, there are many, many images. And I want to highlight this one image, these two early images here, about the electric field, the magnetic field and the electric field that revolves around, is centered around the heart. So I'm not a cardiovascular surgeon nor a person who specializes in any of these aspects, but I know that every cell in your body has the electric field associated with it. And this electric field connects with any other electric field that's around us. And the strongest producer of this electric field in the human body is the heart, shown here in these two images. So this is contemporary science, contemporary thinking. And this is what we know. So I'm just going to turn this screen share off so that I can talk to you directly. Now that is the heart, and the heart is producing electric field that goes out. And that electric field every field has a directionality associated with it. So there's a way in which the origins of the field and where it goes and where it comes back. Now, this is known to us for thousands of years, and there are different phrases that have been used for expressing this. The one phrase that is common to the Vedic sciences, the Indian sciences, the Indian traditional science, is the thought of prana. And Ayurveda will describe that image slightly differently. It will use terms like shrotas. Shrotas means a channel. And the image that I displayed on the screen is of a term, again, a Sanskrit term called the Moolastan of a Shrota. So I can see Ishji is resonating with what I'm saying. Now, if you ask Rishji, what is the Moolastan of the Pranavaha Shrotas? That means the channel through which the prana flows. He will say it is Hridaya, it is the heart. And this is the heart. Okay, now, let me stop for a moment here. I just want to see if Ishji agrees with me. Ishji, Moolastan of Pranavaha Shrotas is Hridaya. So I have shown.
Hridaya with the Dashadhamani. 10 channels. Yeah.
So now we have gone
we call it Hardya
5,000 or years more back in time, and we've brought. Now, I'm going to share another screen here to make it contemporary.
One minute.
Please.
It's called Hardya and Dash Prana Ayatana.
There, look at that. So,
thank you for that, Navinji.
these people understand the concept. Yes. So now I want to, Hani, with your permission, I just want to, so we've talked about that extending force going out and connecting beyond our senses. Now I want to take you into the contemporary and then all the way inside. Now the contemporary goes like this. Is there any evidence for this kind of knowledge in what the world recognizes as clinical trials? You were talking about how Rajiv talks about clinical trials, etc., etc. And I'm going to share here this web page. It is the world's largest clinical trials database, and it runs out of America.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it. We can see it now.
Can you see my screen?
We can see the magnetic field of the heart. Yes.
Okay, now I just need to take you to the next page, which has the clinical trials database. Can you see this? Oh, there it is, clinicaltrials.gov. Okay. Now, this is a site open, available to everybody. It talks about all the clinical trials that are being done, and it has just under 500,000 research studies across 50 states and 221 countries around the world. Okay. Now, just while you were talking, I'd done a search, and that search result is for this search string called meridian energy. And there are 46 studies talking about meridian energies. Now, this is a term that is understood. So anybody can search this database. You can come up and you can look at these studies.
This is like nadis. We're talking about the nadis.
Now,
right?
you have, even before I could say it, you connected with it.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course, because energy healing is something that is so big nowadays.
Absolutely. So
yes.
There you are. You have sensed it. So here is a study that's coming out of Taiwan. I'm just picking up one of the 46 studies. It says meridian energy changes of head and neck cancer patients after chemotherapy or radiotherapy. Now, it just goes on to just the trial design, et cetera, which is just a standard thing. But the point is that there are studies going on in the world that actually connects with our understanding of prana, that connects with the physics of the heart, that connects with the energies, which connects with, but we are not talking to each other.
Yes, I think this is a very important point, what you just said, because everybody's doing their own work. Like these people are doing their own clinical research, but that same information, if it was brought into a big organization like ours, would have been absolutely amazing, because now we have so many doctors who could utilize that research and also enhance work that they're doing to help to support, you know, the understanding. And we could also, if we were talking about pranic healing, for example, it has a similar way of working, really. These are meridians, and we talk about nadis. That's the only difference.
So the yoga, honey, the yoga system talks about 72,000 nadis. How did they know this? Because this is it's a mystery to me. How did they know? How did they get this exact number of 72,000 nadis? It's an exact number.
Yes. And has anybody checked that? But has anybody gone in and researched, or is it just something that is there? And one day in the future, we will find out that there were 72,000 nadis.
No, the thing here is whether it's 72,000 or 75,000 is not quite the point, but they are saying numerous.
Yes, of course. Yes, I understand.
And they're assigning some function to each of these nadis. So this knowledge is not new knowledge. It's been with us for thousands of years. Now, where do they finally, the last point is that inward journey. We are going to ask ourselves, where does the logic for this come from? Every cell has electric field around it because there are ions, ion channels, things are moving. Wherever there are electric charges moving, there is electric field there. And this is central to health and disease. So when Naveen ji says that there are 6 ritus, 6 seasons according to the Indian system, and it is based on the moon calendar, where every ritu is basically 2 phases of the moon, 2 complete cycles of the moon. And there is a concept known in the Ayurvedic knowledge called ritu sandhi. When the 2 ritus are transiting, when one ritu is moving to another ritu, there are certain things you are meant to do.
Right, meant to do meaning what? So as a human being, we should enhance our health?
Dietary changes, there were certain dietary requirements. You are connected with the environment. There were certain things you did during one ritu, and there is a transition in that ritu, and you are meant to uncouple from what you did in one ritu and reconnect to the needs for the next ritu. And they assigned a term called sandhi. Sandhi in Sanskrit means join. And they call the term ritu sandhi. This has been known for thousands of years. And there is even a ritu calendar in the Indian systems. Ishji will be able to tell us about the ritu calendar. And there are recommendations to be made at each of these sandhis. So this is very scientific.
Oh, it's very interesting. I was going to say, Maganji, I thank you very much for your really amazing. I would love to continue discussing this lovely topic. We, of course, have our next guest who's joining us right now, but our panel discussions will continue after this interview, and we will look forward to discussing some more and getting deeper into this particular subject. So we come on to, of course, well, I would love to welcome a very dear friend of mine who is absolutely amazing. She is a very, very talented young lady. And today you'll get a chance to find out a lot about her knowledge and expertise. My next guest is Rani Baines. Global namaste to you, Rani ji.
Global namaste to everyone. Yeah, hello again.
Let me do a little introduction about you so that our audience members know who we're talking to. So, of course, Rani Baines is going to be running through a particular topic with us called resilience in turbulent times. So we're going to find out, she's going to give us lots of tips on how to enhance our health and well-being during these turbulent times. Now, who is Rani? Well, Rani is a leadership consultant and an executive coach with a master's in clinical psychology. She has worked with leaders across the world in the public and private sector, also working with 50% of the top FTSE companies, and brings a wealth of experience from the field of psychology and leadership, so which is very important. Now, this presentation, that she'll be sharing with us right now, we'll look at how we can all use the latest findings from neuroscience, positive psychology, and bioenergetics, as well as ancient Ayurvedic sciences and more to help build inner resilience and enhance well-being. This is going to be a treat for you because this young lady has joined everything we're discussing right now, from bioenergetics to Ayurveda to neuroscience and lots more. So this session, of course, will focus on practical ideas to support this. And of course, let's discuss this further. So Rani, I just wanted to say, you're going to be discussing about what self, social, and what mastery?
Purpose mastery. Yeah, so it's been a fascinating discussion, and again I think everything resonates, particularly around what's been presented on the heart, because if I was to look back at my own career as a psychologist and leadership consultant, it was actually the Heart Math book which was given to me, the Heart Math Solution, which was one of the kind of starting points for my kind of interest. But what I'm going to do today is really bring lots and lots of different elements. It's almost like, from the leadership into the self, into the biology, into the deeper sort of roots of what it is to be human. I'm going to try and sort of pull. I'm not an expert in the Ayurvedic. We've got some master experts here today, but the more I look, the more I find that our old sciences, our old traditions understood something really powerful, and it's emerging today in the science, in the understanding. So I'm going to bring a little bit of that today. I mean,
Yes, absolutely. So today, of course, Rani Baines will be going through a lovely presentation for us. And this presentation is amazing because I don't know how she does this. It's such a vast subject. She's managed to put it together in a little presentation for us to be able to understand the main overview of these wonderful, deep research materials, and to understand, of course, psychology, neuroscience, Ayurveda, how it all comes together. And the most important thing is, Rani ji has actually been working with hundreds and thousands of other people in real world, helping to enhance people's capabilities, especially their leadership capabilities, giving advice to people, and also giving advice to companies on who they should be recruiting by doing these special types of analysis on people. So I said to myself, I better behave myself. I should be analyzing me right now. So yes, Rani ji, it's all yours. Please go ahead and let's see what presentation you have. May have questions for you afterwards.
Okay, so if you can bear with me, I'll do a presentation for around about 20-25 minutes, and then move into really an open discussion. So it's about 45 minutes in total, so I won't go over. But what I wanted to do, given the span and the breadth of some of these areas. What I wanted to give you is something that's really relevant in a very practical way for your own life, but also something that's going to be, I think, important in the context that we live, not just because of COVID, but because we're opening the lid on our own human potential and how we can tap into it. So this is going, so it is a kind of broad brush, but actually in a very practical way, you can begin that journey even now.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that you talk about this human potential, because that's really important, because your work has always been to help people maximize their true potential and to bring out the best in everyone. And I think this is also very important, because if I wasn't doing too well and I'm a bit depressed and it's never going to let me enjoy my life to its fullest. Plus, I will never be able to enhance all my best abilities and use my skills and knowledge to the best abilities, because everything's focused on the negative, whereas your thing is all about focusing people back onto the positive and helping them to understand themselves better, so they can end up doing more in this world. Well, it's all yours. The platform is all yours, Rani Ji. Thank you very much. And I believe you can share as well, so you'll be able to share from your side.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll just put something up, and hopefully that will come up really quickly.
So whilst Sanchi is organizing this presentation and bringing it up, I just wanted to say, so far we've been discussing with some really amazing experts who've been sharing their points of view on how we can integrate health. This is something Healing Our Earth is very, very keen on, is to bring experts and professionals from around the world together, so we can help to share and work together as teams to enhance people's well-being, but looking at a holistic level rather than separately in separate subjects. So here comes a clinical psychologist, Rani Bays, doing a little special presentation. Let's see what her take is on health and well-being. All yours, my dear.
Yeah, thank you. So hopefully everyone can see the screen. So I love this image, because resilience is actually rooted very much first and foremost in the body, in the roots of the human system. And I think this is a sort of reminder that we have to go within in order to have impact without, and to kind of not just engage the world on important terms, but also lead well.
Rani, can you maximize the screen so it completely takes the screen over? Unmute yourself, over to you. Rani, can you unmute yourself and maximize the screen? Over to you.
Yeah, I can't maximize it actually. Let me just, there was something on this side, which let me just see actually.
So Rani, if you look on the top right hand side, there will be a reverse arrows with each other. Just click it and make sure you don't lose the zoom screen, and then you can find it at the bottom.
Okay.
Because this looks exciting and we don't want to miss anything.
I don't want to press the wrong thing. Is it under, can you just guide me? Is it like slide control? Is it one of those?
Slide control is for the screen to move. So what you do, Rani, stop the share screen, come back again, and you will find before you share the screen, make sure that it is maximized. Because this looks exactly what is.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, 1 minute. Just move it over. Oh, okay, it's gone too far.
And of course, as Hani says, as soon as Rani finishes 6:45, 6:50, 6:55, it doesn't matter. We will zoom into open session with question chit chats.
Okay. And let me just find the share screen. Okay.
Rani, yes.
Is that better?
No,
I've tried. No. Okay.
Rani,
apologies. Yeah. Hi.
See that on the bottom there is on the bottom screen there is one big square. Just plus and minus. Just left to the minus. If you press that button.
Yeah. The problem is that the people's faces have come into that section, so I'm not able to sort of shift that, and so I can't get to those icons at the bottom. Let me just see if this.
Put people's faces on the top.
Okay, Rani, what we can do, Rani,
yeah.
let's enter into a chit chat with Hani and Rajiv for a moment.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, just
Yeah.
WhatsApp this presentation to Hani and myself. Either one of us will pick it up and share for you.
Okay, we'll do that. I think I've sent it to you already, Honey. I don't know if that's. Do you want me to send it through again? Yeah.
Honey, bring it up. Honey, bring it up. Break the share screen and please play for Rani. Over.
So Rani, I think it's very, very interesting because leadership is where the things are. And I do EQI, the emotional intelligence coaching. So I'm an executive and corporate coach. And this has come time and time again. So it's really good.
Okay. Right. So let's see if I can get that sorted out for you. So we have, of course, Ronnie, your if you'd like me to share it for you. Tell us a little bit about your work whilst I get your presentation ready. Tell us a little bit about your work.
Thank you for it. So actually, a lot of the work has been to look at individuals in organizations. So it's called leadership profiling. So it's really beginning to meet with people and to begin to get a sense of what they do, how they lead, what they are likely to bring into a leadership role. And I think having worked with many people, what it's allowed me to sort of see is that there's patterns and there's sort of approaches which just work and others which don't work so much. And so I think the question that's always been front of mind is what is it that certain people do that really is distinctive, compelling and different? And I've sort of had this question and I've had it for quite a while, which is what's the difference that makes the difference? And really it's about sort of getting underneath the skin of what it is that makes some people succeed and actually the majority sort of feeling they've kind of reached their limit. And I think part of what is being brought here today is that in the last 10-15 years, we've understood from new fields such as positive psychology, such as bioenergetics, such as the field of neuroscience, we've understood actually how human beings can tap into their own sources of energy, bring about resilience, but also, someone, we were touching on the heart earlier, at the core, it's about really instigating or putting in a whole system which is based on the power of the heart and using the heart and the mind in a kind of aligned way. So that's a sort of nub of it. And I think the best way to...
May I, whilst you're sharing this, would you be able to send me your presentation? I don't seem to have it.
Of course.
Thank you. Okay. So whilst that's being done, Rajiv Ji, you talk about all these various lovely experts who are coming together in our forum and in our integrated health forum. How important is it for psychologists to also be part of this, especially with a lot of this mental health issues that we're having lately, and also about how to maximize people's true potential, well-being? The more well you feel, the more healthy you feel, more vital you feel, full of vitality, the more you are able to do in this world, right? The more you got pain and not feeling well, and it takes away what your true potential is. So how important is it for psychologists and people in the psychology background to be part of this team?
Thanks, Sunny. I think you brought a very important point into this equation. As we talked about, it's not just physical health, it's physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. So everything is together. And psychologists, so we have within our group Divakar Sukru. He's a psychologist, he's a clinical psychologist. Although he has been too busy, I think he's organizing a Indo-UK meet end of this September. So I think he's too busy, but he has, and I and him have sit together, and I'm so glad Rani has come together here to share her wisdom and knowledge. And she's going to come from the perspective of work psychology and individual psychology, because as you are well mentally, you can't be well physically. And old saying is there that if you have a healthy mind, your mind controls the body. And if your mind is controlling the body, then you need to have a good control of the mind. and a healthy mind. And psychology is about understanding the mind, which is again a very difficult term because brain is different than mind. And a lot of people in general public think brain and mind is same. Actually, it is not.
So how would you say, so how would you explain to our audience members, what's the difference? How would you see it as a difference? How would you explain and describe that?
Correct. So brain is a anatomic structure, it's a structure or physical form, and mind is not a physical form. It is the outcome coming from the brain in order to control the body, and that is the mind. So if you think, I will give you an example. So when you have got a machine that brings out juice, so fruit is the raw product, and that's what our senses bring. Now machine is the brain, but the person who is moving the machine or electricity moving the machine is mind, and that brings out the juice, which is the effect on the body.
Right. Very interesting. Very nicely explained. It's very different. Yes.
And therefore, a healthy mind is a must for a healthy body. And I think Raniji would agree with me that in every workplace culture, there is a lot of sickness, and that is not because of actual physical ill health. It's because of stress, difficulty, anxiety, not in harmony, cultural differences and cultural clashes, and interpersonal and intrapersonal clashes which happen. So clashes with the so-called boss with the colleagues, but also intrapersonal. They want, their values are different, but they are doing things which are different.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rajiv Ji. I just wanted to just request the technical team to let me share, please, because I'm not being able to share, but I have the presentation here. But that was a really good point, Rajiv Ji. And I just wanted to say, no wonder during war, people, first thing they will do is to try to break down your mind first, you know, break down because then physically you can't fight anymore. So you destroy someone's courage, destroy someone's unity, destroy, you know, like the mind first, so that when you become a little weaker through your mind, then you can't fight back, you know. So it's absolutely right. Very strong connection there. So let's move on to this wonderful presentation that I have for our dear Raniji, and I shall work with you.
Apologies everyone for the blip. My technology skills are probably, you know, very kind of, so So if we go on to the next slide, I think the other metaphor I want to keep in mind, and this is, I'm becoming more and more passionate about resilience, because actually, you know, the context that we're living in, actually people need something to hang on to, because it's becoming increasingly kind of difficult. Helplessness is up, and you're absolutely right, Dr. Gupta, that in organizations, you know, trust, well-being, etc., everything is in kind of rapid decline. And you know, some of the figures that are coming through for children as well, that 41% of children across all sort of classes are either depressed or anxious, and it's much higher in the poorer kind of populations. I mean, all of these are pointing to something very fundamentally wrong that's happening in our world. And I think it was the World Health Organization that cited back in 2016 that by 2020, that or 25, I can't remember which one, but that you know, anxiety and depression would be the single most significant global problem that we face. And so as this sense of turbulence is around us, I think the other thing to bear in mind is that we've opened the door on understanding how to tap into who we are and what we are potentially can do to kind of bring about not just resilience but well-being. And it forms the basis then for engaging the world in a more powerful way. And the fields that I've kind of touched upon even before is things like the high potential sort of framework. So we were always looking at who stood at the top of sort of performance and what's the evidence, what's the research to sort of to kind of point to what really matters, and that's been established. We wrote a book called Meaning Inc., but I think it's when positive psychology came into the world back in 2000, and it was around about 2004, that it really kind of made me think there's something so powerful and substantial, and it needs to be proliferated in the world, as is the neuroscience that's emerging. We're only at the beginning of this, so I think in years to come, what will happen is we'll open the door more and more to our own potential, our energetic body, our electrical body, our heart that's 5,000 times stronger in terms of magnetic energy. So all of these were understood in our traditions, but the science is bringing them back and making them much more relevant to a much wider kind of global population. If we go on to the next slide. Are you busy being born or busy dying is the question to ask, because there is a kind of duality. Either we're rushing in an unconscious way, and I call it a downward spiral, or we're actually opening up to the door to our own possibility, and we're being born. And what that means is, are we harnessing what's within our what's been God-given and within our human makeup? Are we really kind of building that up, or not? So it's an important quote, and I think it's true to say that the majority of people, as we've kind of looked at the statistics and looked at the leaders, not only is it a negative picture, but actually leadership have got a big part to play in all of this. If we go on to the next, yeah. So I brought up this picture because that there's a sense that people fall into fundamental traps, and the word mediocrity means medi, which is middle, and ochros, which is mountain. And what we found is that the majority of people seem to sort of settle in and are stuck in the middle ground, and everything's fine, everything's comfortable, but actually what happens is that they're not really truly tapping into something that's fundamentally part of their human makeup, and therefore not fully realizing, expressing who they are and who they could be. So the middle ground is safe, but it's a place where you are stuck and you actually suffer. So we found, when we looked at people who are able to navigate towards the top, they were often preceded by a significant life experience, often what's called crucible experiences. And these are life-changing experiences which make you ask some of the very fundamental questions, which is, am I living my best possible life? Am I connecting in an open, loving way? Am I really doing things that matter? And what we found is that the 3 to 5% of people in all sectors, in not just leadership, but in the arts, in the sports field, etc., all of them had a set of characteristics, and often they had wake-up calls in their life which kind of woke them up to the truth of what really matters. So if we go on to the next, the next slide is called Deathbed Regrets. So a lady called Bronnie Ware, who's an Australian nurse, she asked people who are on their last days, suffering from cancer, what it was that they wish they had done. And so in many ways, we come to this truth, but we come to it too late. Yeah. So these are the 5 regrets of the dying, and it was things like, I wish I'd had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life that others expected of me. I wish I hadn't worked so hard. I wish I'd had the courage to express my feelings. I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends, and I wish I had let myself be happier. And it's when I saw these, it really made me think, what is it that's happening that sort of makes people unconscious, blinds them to the reality of what life's really about, and what is it that people need. And I think that was answered by Martin Seligman and the work done in bringing a new field of psychology called positive psychology back in 2004. So if we go on to the next slide. So actually, sorry, just to sort of jumped it a bit, but with, yeah, just to finish off one thing here, I think positive psychology is probably the field that's has spawned a whole plethora of research and kind of researchers and practical input. So it's a growing field, but I think it's begun to lift the lid on what it is that we're doing wrong, but also what we can do that's right. So if I go on to really painting the picture, so in many ways, the research that Seligman found is kind of recognizing that we have literally two systems in our human body. And, you know, as many doctors are here, I don't need to tell you that the parasympathetic and the sympathetic system. I think what was so revealing about the positive psychology research is that people live in what's called sympathetic arousal for most of their days and most of their life. So it's at a low level, but what it's done is activated some of the more primitive but necessary survival mechanisms. So these are the fight, flight, or freeze responses, but they also generate adrenaline, cortisol, and these are in many ways these are the strategies that we use, which do help us cope, but it's always at a cost, and it's a cost in terms of our body, our relationships, and how we engage with the world of work. Yeah? So this system is okay, it helps us survive, but it's not okay in terms of helping us thrive. If we move on to the next slide. I mean, the best way to understand these systems is that I call them the red system, which is this survival brain, and I've going through it very, very quickly. It's short term, it's useful. I think the important thing is that these hormones are addictive, and therefore people tend to lock into surges of cortisol, dopamine, adrenaline, and they always pay a price. But we also know that these are the hormones which kind of break up the human system, and therefore ultimately we don't quite join the dots. We're reacting. We're not kind of really organizing and focusing our life and our world in a direction that matters. So if we go on to the next slide. What positive psychology found is that happiness is very much an inside job, and he shifted away from the word happiness to human flourishing. And what he found was that nearly everything that we think makes us happy actually only has a temporary impact. What seems to be fundamental to human life is our ability to tap into some of the most powerful hormones, such as serotonin, endorphins, oxytocin. These are the hormones, and there's many, many more, which when they enter the human system, they begin the process of healing, harmonizing, and also opening up the higher functioning of our brain and our body. So what's so important is that when this system is activated, it also kicks into gear 2,000 biological processes. So it's literally a whole new system that's activated, and it's definitely related to that lovely picture of the heart and the amplification of the magnetic field, because we know that when, and this is from the heart map, that when these hormones are in place, we become more coherent, our electromagnetic field expands, and when the heart's activated, it's extremely powerful. And not only is it powerful within, but it's also felt without, and I'll kind of come to that. So some of the things that Martin Seligman found was, and I'll cover these a little bit later, is that there's very simple emotional things that we can do which begin to activate this system, but also turns off the red system. So if we just move on to the next slide. When we were looking at it back in 2004 and for the book, what we also found was the work done by Jim Lower, and that's quite an important piece of work, which is where he found that optimal states in every single field is achieved by our ability to switch off the red and the green system. So there's a process by which we are able to oscillate and bring about this, this kind of optimal balance of these hormones. And it's a bit like, so originally Jim Lower worked with elite sports people. So he's trained some of the top tennis players, golf individuals in the world, but then went into the corporate world, and the same principles apply. And what he said is that it's a bit like, actually this is my metaphor, it's a bit like holding your arm out. If I asked you to hold your arm out and not recover, you wouldn't be able to stay up for long. But if you're able to bring your arm down and recover for a few minutes, you could go on forever. So it's the same principle that's applied here, is that when we switch the red and the green system on, we're actually activating different hormones. Too much red, we know, leads to burnout and breakdown of the human system, and too much green actually also makes us weak, because we become complacent, or sort of we atrophy, and weakness is built. So we need to have this process of oscillation, and there's a sort of formula of 90 minutes switched on with the red system, 20 minutes switched off, and obviously that's quite difficult in the world of work. But what we find is that if people are able to bring about these habits, they actually build their capacity. And what we now know is that you have to build capacity in a holistic way, in your physical world through exercise, in your emotional world through how you look after your emotions, in your mental world how you look after your brain, and in your spiritual dimensions how you bring about a sense of meaning and purpose to your life. So all of these are important. If we go on to the next slide. So as I sort of mentioned, why do we get stuck? Yeah, because the way that our world is organized, the way that the leadership and the demands and the schooling and the conditioning, we're actually pulled out of ourselves, and therefore 90% of our day is run by the red system. And the problem with the red system is that it once it's established, it isn't, it's an important and in the most sort of deepest part of our brain. It's about 2 million years old, the survival brain, and therefore we're not even aware that it's there. But by the age, actually I've said 35, but by the age of about 13, what we know is that children, through their earlier experiences, they kind of pull everything together and make sense of how they should show up in the world in order to feel safe. So a lot of this gets locked in actually earlier than 35, round about the age of 13. What I found in my work is by the age of about 35, 40, people were really sort of questioning their life, and they're really questioning, is this all there is? There must be more. So often round about 35 is when things start to sort of shift in their own sense of what they want from the world. And that's often when, coaching and kind of input really works. So I'm not going to say much more, but if we go on to the next slide. So the 3 pillars of happiness, this is Martin Seligman's, great contribution to the world of well-being and human flourishing. And he was the father of psychology for finding the major theory on depression, so learned helplessness. Yeah, but he shifted when his 5-year-old daughter told him at the age of 59, Dad, if I have tried to change, why is it that you're not trying to change? You're cranky, you're difficult, but you haven't really shifted. He got 20 researchers together and he did a worldwide research. And so this is a global finding that happiness, what is the evidence? What is the root of happiness? And these 3 pillars are very much the kind of main structure that needs to be understood, because what we taught about happiness and well-being, what he found is not sustainable. So everything that around, you know, the pursuit of money, status, education, you know, over and above feeling, you know, quite well in terms of getting your basic needs met, extras don't really add to well-being. If anything, there's not that much difference over time. And what I think these three things do is they tune and they temper our internal world. And one of the things he said is that, you know, 40% of how we engage the world is biologically given. It's called our set point, but about 40% can actually be shifted through habits. And these habits can actually lift our energetic power base and begin to bring more engagement, more aliveness, more vital energy. So if we kind of move on to the next slide. So what I'm going to do is to give a quick flavor for some of the things which kind of sit under these categories. So if we look at, for example, you know, self-mastery, it has to be holistic. We have to look at how we sleep, our diet, our exercise. And because there's so much out there, it's really important to just begin to recognize that you've got to customize this. You've got to really think about, you know, what effort will kind of really help me get the best returns on that effort. And, you know, so sleep is a kind of critical piece. Exercise everyone knows about. If I just go on to the next page, please. So one of the things we found, for example, is that the brain is highly neuroplastic and it changes all the time through learning and growth. And what we found is that even just simple statements, so for example, smiling or grimacing or repeating the two statements, I am enough, I am not enough, was able to shift physiology in a positive direction or negative direction within about 20 seconds. Amy Cuddy, who's known for psychological safety, also found that in humans and primates, that what we find is not only do postures, the way that we hold our body, actually reflect power, they also generate power. So our body is actually an incredible engine, and our brain doesn't know the difference between what's happening for real and what we're imagining happening. So, you know, if you can imagine yourself, you know, feeling that you're okay, you're enough, if you can imagine a posture of a tree or something, that actually is reflected in your physiology. Within 2 minutes, the cortisol goes down by 25% and testosterone goes up by 20%. So these are sort of things which are kind of coming through. If we go on to the next slide, I think one of the most powerful aspects is breathing, and obviously, you know, the prana tradition, the qi from the Chinese tradition. What we know is that breathing is probably the single most powerful intervention we can make, because if we look at how people breathe, most people are breathing quite shallow. They're activating their red system as a consequence. It's when we breathe deeper, when we go into the deeper part of the lungs, but also the dantian, which is just below our navel, 3 fingers below our navel. That's where the energy is generated, and it kind of kickstarts a whole plethora of activities which go up the spinal kind of column and help the hormonal system. And I think it was always known, prana breathing, and many people have written about this now, but also I think it's becoming extremely popular. I'm working with a lady who's spending 3 weeks actually just doing breathing, because what we now know that breathing doesn't just help us physiologically, it also opens the door to the trauma that's landed in our physiological system. So it's a very, very powerful, and many people have started to write about it. James Nestor, Max Strom, you know, a life worth breathing, and the kind of physiology around how to deal with disease. It's just kind of phenomenal how important this is. Dehydration as well. So if I kind of move on, This is, many people would have heard of Wim Hof. He's now on Netflix. He's called the Iceman, but he's taken it to a whole level, Prana Qigong. And here he is taking people up on mountains, having done the practice. But in his own life, they took him into a lab. They injected him with something which was known to cause severe disruption to the human body. But he walked out of that lab, as did his students, without any impact on their body. So purely through prana, we can actually insulate and build enormous capacity in our body. So I'm going to go really quickly because I don't want to I want to sort of look at emotional mastery, because this is obviously the field of positive psychology, and we forget to cultivate and tune and sense our emotional landscape. And a lot of the positive psychology is around appreciation and gratitude. And we know that when people start to do this, even just in simple terms for 5 or 10 minutes, it has an impact on physiology. But let me just take you through a couple of examples of this. If we go on to the next slide. So this is an exercise for the self, the best self exercise. And for 4 consecutive days, people were asked to spend 20 minutes writing a narrative description of the best possible future self. And within 4 days, this increased well-being and lifted mood. We also found this in high performers. They've got a very clear vision of who they're becoming, which helps them tackle that 15-year-old adolescent personality that they kind of came up with. So it kind of builds our character. So writing is really important, but also when we systematize it, when we make it conscious, it comes from that subconscious place into our conscious mind, and we connect, and we're able to operate and deploy this, our sort of sense of what we're about and what's important. We only need about 10% of consciousness to coordinate that red system in an appropriate way. So this is quite an important exercise to think about. If we go on to the next slide. What we found in the social world, and this is incredibly important, is that in the longest study ever done on happiness, which was 80 years long, it's now a TED lecture by Waldinger. They took people from Yale and Harvard and followed them and their families over a 80-year period to determine what made them truly happy. And the single most outstanding conclusion was, despite people thinking it was material things and status, etc., actually it all boiled down to relationships. And you don't need many relationships either, about 6 or 7, where you can open up and be really true to who you are and share things. That's actually where people get the greatest sustenance. And relationships, a lot of the work done here, this list was taken from the work done on marriage and happiness by Gottman. And what he found is that you can predict whether a marriage will last within about 4 minutes of watching an interaction between a couple, because it's the quality of that interaction, it's the quality of the exchange, it's the extent to which they're either operating from their red system, which is often extractive, it's often about win-lose, it's often me, as opposed to really tuning and sensing the other person. It's quite interesting that in this world, when we look in organizations and when we ask people, how do you feel at work? Trust is at an all-time low. When we went into organizations, often we found that people had no one that they could talk to. In the country, back in 2016, it made the headlines. I was about to do a lecture actually on relationships, and the headline in one of the papers was, a minister of loneliness was appointed because 2 million people in the UK never ever get to speak to a single individual in a given day. And that is equivalent to having 24 cigarettes a day. We also know that in the blue zone countries where people live into their hundreds, and actually in America, they studied an Italian community that just weren't getting ill. It's nothing to do with the food. It was all to do with the fact that people came together and spent time together, and they had common interests, and they kind of interacted with each other. So it's incredibly important, and a sense of community is actually where we can do a lot to bring back this sense of well-being and actually support people. And just finally, intellectual mastery really quickly, that what we know is that people tend to get fixated with the red brain. It's like as Honey said, it was like a kind of conditioned, it's like an operating system that gets set. What we know is that there's about 60,000 thoughts that we have in a given day, but 90% of thoughts that any individual has are the same thoughts that they had the day before. So we don't really shift our conditioning, our mindset, our kind of reactions. And what we found is that, high-performing people who are really invested in learning and grow actually are intrinsically happy at work, because it taps into one of the most important drivers in the human makeup, which is the desire to make a difference, to be transformed, to continuously grow on dimensions that are important. So if we go on to the next slide, the person who found this is got the longest name in the world, called Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. Martin Seligman said he would never have been able to do his work on happiness and well-being without this work on flow, which was done in the 1950s. And what it found is that people who really pushed themselves and stepped over the threshold of comfort and into challenge were the ones that had this immense sense of well-being and success. And it's exactly what we found in the CEOs that we worked with as well, that and senior people, is that often they'll be passionate about learning and growth, but the issue is not only passionate, they spend time, they commit time in their diaries, they prioritize it over and above everything that else, not just to learning and growth, but to reflection. They really take stock of ideas and digest them and accumulate them and build their inner library, which is their intuitive sense of what matters. Yeah. So I just go on to the final few slides. The next one, please. Could I go into the next one? Yeah, so spiritual mastery. This is really important, because when we did the work on the book, what we found is that organizations and individuals that committed to purpose outperformed other organizations. And Forbes and HBR have just published an article finding the same results, which is that productivity increases, engagement increases, the sense of expansion of the company. If we have a why, it organizes us in a very fundamental way. And that's where the tree and the boat metaphor becomes important. It roots us in something that is ours and we can work on. And it helps us focus our energy, but also align our energy. And anything that is aligned, any system that's integrated and whole, is at its most powerful. So I've called it authentic power. It's natural, it's God-given. If they could harness this and put it in a bottle, they would have done, but they can't. So it's our job to really think about how we bring spiritual mastery, and I've also called it transformational mastery. So in the organizations that I work with, one of the goals that we've said is that if we get the top 10% understanding and conscious of why, and helping to integrate that into the organizational system, the whole system comes alive, and we know that. So it's only 10% who need to be at the top to kind of navigate this forward for the whole organization. So there's a great opportunity there to take hold of. But the other thing to think about in your own lives is that if you can think of your why, if you can visualize it and think not just about your purpose, but also the vision of who you're becoming, the brain takes it on board like a hologram and actually sets down the neural structure that allows you to live into it. So we now know that real memory and imagined memory sit next door. The brain doesn't know the difference. So what we find is that many of our top performers, they've got this sort of inner compass which they're constantly referencing and using, and it just carries them forward in a very, very distinctive way. So it's not incremental, it's exponential kind of power that's kind of delivered through this. At the end of his life, Maslow said, and this was when I was doing the research for the book, he said he got it wrong. He said the hierarchy is true, but you start with why. And I now know why he said that, because the why organizes the what and the how. And therefore, it's really important to know where you're going before you start the habits and the spiritual, the purpose, social, and kind of self-mastery. Your map has to be sort of laid out. And the next slide, I think it's rituals are really important. We know from the work done at UCL and other places that it's repetition that actually builds our neural structure anew. So if we're downloading a new system, we need rituals. And just as you get out of bed, just as you go off to bed, is when the brain is most open to this rewiring. And so therefore, there's some stuff that very practically you could do there. And I think the next one might be the last one. So just the final thought, it's not the strongest of the species that survives nor the most intelligent, but the ones most responsive to change. So I think this is vital biological fuel which our traditions understood, and our job is to live into it, to experience it, and to allow it to proliferate in the systems, the organizations, the relationships. We've got moral duty to do that, actually, because if we don't, the system that's set up is a win-lose system, and any win-lose system is not sustainable. So we've got to create win-win sort of systems in our world, and it starts with the self. We've got to make sure that our system is working optimally before we can share it with others. So I'll stop there, and completely lost track of time, and hope I didn't overdo it. Probably did. Yeah, I probably did.
That was absolutely amazing. That was so fun, Rani, and very well explained, and so much information all put together in such a wonderful summarized format. Really thoroughly enjoyed it. Let me find out from Rajiv Ji what he thought of it as well. Rajiv Ji, what did you think from your professional background? Because I thoroughly enjoyed that presentation. What about yourself?
I think it was wonderful. Perhaps one of the best talk for today.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, namaste.
Yeah. It was giving that, partly because I'm very much deep into emotional intelligence, and I have written a book, Business Use of Emotional Intelligence. It just gave me a connection, because Paul Ekman, which you were talking, was actually, he has done a lot of work on facial expression and identification. And in the same way, it does that, how our body, and I was so pleased you mentioned about spiritual mastery in addition to the emotional mastery and the intellectual mastery, because without that, there is hollowness. And I was doing actually a holographic 3-dimensional model of how people work, because as a performance coach, I always go into why people underperform. Everybody gets same 24 hours in a day. People who are more effective get more work done within same 24 hours. And what is the difference between those who are performing well and those who are not?
Could I just say? Could I just say something to?
Of course, yes. I was just going to, just after that, I was going to ask Belinda Ji to also join us, and maybe she has something to. But please go ahead, Rani Ji.
I just wanted to say thank you, but also to. I think that model that you have is a powerful one, because in many ways the East has gone deep, deep into the individual kind of self. The West has gone deep into the external sort of self. And actually, what we're facing a phase in our life where we have to build a bridge between the two, because the inner world is the energetic source and it does touch spiritual dimensions. We're a conduit for this energy because the universe is a feeling universe, and we've got feeling senses, so we can draw this in or shut it out. And therefore, the source of energy is within, but we have to then deploy it in a meaningful way and in a intelligent way in the world that we live in. And that's where leadership and execution and intellectual strategic kind of focus is needed. It's the two have to come together. Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's such a very well described as well, very well explained as well, because I see a leader as somebody even in the family, like a family head, for example, the way they're running the home as well, how they become great role models and how they are fair and how they bring out the best in their family members' lives as well. I see a leader not just in the corporate world, but I see a leader as each one of us being leaders, but a family head is a really good leader in the family. I believe that if you can trust the head, you feel there's direction, there is love, there's care, and someone you can go to. So I think this is very, very true. Let me ask Birindaji. Birindaji, thank you very much. You've been again listening so intently and so patiently there. Was there anything that came across for you, something that stood out, or any questions that you may have?
No, I think that was a brilliant presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
What I found particularly interesting was how you wove in the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual aspects into one, which is what we are trying to do, and addressing all those aspects. So when we're dealing with an individual, we are looking after their physical needs, their emotional needs, their mental needs. The spiritual needs, I say to them, that is your responsibility. I'm not here to give you spiritual guidance. Because the spirit is within you. Find that, work with the spirit, let that drive you. And a lot of students that have come will say, well, I want to become more spiritual. So I sort of say to them, stop that, cancel that. Because you are a spirit having a human experience. You cannot become what you already are. You have to discover who you are. And what route you take to that is entirely up to you. So I think you've touched on that in a very beautiful way. So thank you.
Oh, that is lovely, Birindaji. That was really good. That's amazing. I'm going to come back to you as well, Birindaji, because we're going to continue with our panel discussion. But maybe Professor Ish Sharmaji from Mauritius, who's also tuning in right now. Perhaps, do you have anything that you would like to share? Whilst there's something very good Birindaji mentioned as well, which I think is really nice, the integration of all the different levels being brought into the presentation. And of course, the fact that every person is a spiritual being anyway, people have to just recognize that and be able to bring it out within themselves. It's not about trying to be something else. You already are that, and recognizing it. I think that's a very powerful bit that you shared. So Professor Sharmaji, if you wanted to unmute yourself, is there anything that you would like to perhaps ask, or any feedback?
Yeah, this is, I really was not fortunate enough to get the whole of this talk because I had some other engagement. I just joined in like a couple of minutes back. But the conclusion, what I could listen to, that's really something very new and very enlightening. And I believe I'll be fortunate enough to listen to more and more of such talks from Rani Benz, and maybe that would be a wonderful learning. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yes. No, that's great. Coming back to Birindaji, is there anything else you would like to maybe share as well? Any question you would like to ask before I move on to Rajivji?
Yes, I think what would be the simplest way to tell somebody to look after themselves psychologically?
I think it's about taking time and space and having silence, because that's when we are able to decompress the red system, and we're going to tap in to the green system. But when we looked at positive psychology, they found certain things really worked. One was, for example, nature. that when we walk in nature, we the frequency of the heart and the frequency of green foliage and nature is the same. It's at 525 hertz, I believe. So we're as human beings, we're always tuning in to environment and to the people. So that would be another way. But the other thing that we found is any creative kind of passion, be it dancing, be it cooking, be it writing, it's about really tuning our sensing world, because the sensing world has been almost kind of put in the back drawer, but actually the sensing world, we now know, for example, the connective tissue through the whole body is actually where it's like a computer system. It's where we download energy. And so anything that's joyful and brings that sense of, gratitude or appreciation is actually adding, see it like a bank, yeah, it's adding to your investment in your well-being, but actually it also adds to everyone, because if you're good, well, you help everyone around you. Yeah, so it starts with you.
Very good question there, Brindaji. Very nice. Yeah, very good question there. And thank you for that, Rani ji. That was really great. We also have wonderful Lakshmi Vyas ji, who's joined us here. She's the president of the European, the European Indian Society, I'll just call it at the moment. But she's like an amazing lady. She's one of our wonderful members here on the Healing Our Earth. She regularly brings in her words of wisdom and always has great suggestions. Perhaps let me ask Lakshmi ji. Lakshmi ji, a global namaste to you. Looking at with that lovely smile of yours, is there any questions that you may have for Rani ji while she's here, for the psychology about how important it is for people to be, balanced on a psychological level?
Thank you, Hani ji, for that wonderful introduction. Global namaste to all of you. As Sharma ji said, I'm also a little unfortunate that I joined just now and I missed Rani ji's entire discussion. But the little bit that I heard, all of us need to be grounded. That is very important to sustain and to to be mixing with everyone else. If you are not grounded and if you are very egoistic or something of that sort, it's very difficult for one to sustain. So for me, is humbleness, no ego, and grounding. These are some of the important elements that I look into whenever I go to different places.
Oh, very nice, lovely. And the grounding part is very important, as you mentioned. Grounding keeps you very balanced. And we talked about the trees, as Rani ji said, that your energy levels go in tune with the foliage which is around you. But actually, even spiritual masters have always taught us to walk bare feet on grass and on the land, on Mother Earth, because they say it pulls all the negative energy and heat from your body to balance your body. So that's something. So again, there is a really good traditional and ancient teachings that we are taught, and what science is teaching us right now, which is amazing. We have Anilji here as well. We have our director Neil Kumar from Healing Our Earth. Let me see if I can invite him, because he may be feeling a little bit left out here with these wonderful discussions that are going on. And let me see what kind of words of wisdom he has to share. Dear Neilji, may I request you? Yes, hello.
Thank you, honey. I never feel left alone, because my purpose is to elevate all you guys, and that's whole purpose in a life is to promote others. But Rajiv, Ish, we are both here as a senior board members, including Madan. So one of the reasons for picking Rani today was very simple, not because of her knowledge in psychologist or clinical, her expertise is also clinical psychologist, because there are so many in the world. One of the especially special reason why she was chosen today was she knows how to integrate different facets and departments into one conduit and bring it to fruition. So Rajiv, Ish, and Madan, we have been talking about our board because we want to create the white paper, and before next March, we want to create a person-to-person meeting where I'll be there myself personally. So rather than guiding on the internet, you will have a personal visit over there. And Rani would be very instrumental. So later, I would like to introduce Rani to you guys in our board team, because she will bring that facet that we need. Because when you integrate the pharma company, the parliamentarians, the media company, with the integrated people, we need somebody who can group us together to come into that simple conduit that we can bust out at the other end with the fruition of our white papers and our forum meetings that we want to do in future, and we'll start with Mauritius. So Rani, well done. Thank you for the alternative way of presenting what you did. And Madan over here, if we can all say Madan, Rajiv, Ish, if you could just say personal hello once again to Rani. And Honey, thank you for thinking of Rani.
Yeah,
because it's the right time. Madan, you can unmute yourself because you've not spoken. Madan.
Yes, thank you, Neilji. And I just want to congratulate you as well, Neilji, because of you, such amazing experts are coming together and we are creating this lovely forum, which is, an integrated health forum. And I'm so excited to be part of this.
And
Rani, yes.
Rani, another thing is Lakshmi Vyas, who is here. She's actually a permanent board member of Healing, and she's the Hindu Forum of Europe president. She also visits Brussels quite often. Although we are out of UK, it doesn't affect her insofar as she's not just part of the UK, because she is part of the Euro as well, where we have a lot of members in different countries. So one of the things we are going to do is going to put a bit of pressure there with our Ayurveda section, the integrated section, the homeopathy section, because these are all being adapted by different countries as a postgraduate courses. And in fact, shortly, within 7 years, it will become part of mainstream of so many health authorities. Yeah. We want to speed it up. We have given ourselves at Healing around 3 years to create certain papers and boost it, because there are lots of different organizations who are doing it individually. What we have done is create a rail line where everybody can join the locomotion in one direction.
Right.
Yeah. No ego, simple, pure love, harmony, unity to work together. So Rajiv, who leads 3-4 different sectors, you will be having in touch with Madan, who is our research specialist. Any research on the earth you want to know, and any clinical studies or something, you go to Madan, he will be ready with it, and a very well versed within integrated health. Our Professor Ish Sharma, congratulations to him, and we need to give him a big round of applause. He's from the Ayush Ministry of India and actually convinced the Mauritius authority to penetrate some of the facets into the school curriculum. So Ish, we are very proud of you. And a later part of next year, you need to be with Rani when we go to East Africa, who are waiting for us from Nakuru over Minaben and everybody. So I think we are moving in a right motion. So Lakshmi, who is here, she will be representing us into Euro, where we've got so many different member organizations. So please say hello to each other. And Honey, I leave it to you, and let's get the open session going. And we got Dr. Pardeep as well, who would like to comment. So I'm just bringing him in now, okay?
Sure. So before I ask Madanji to come on board to perhaps, see if he's got anything to say, we were talking about energetic systems, and we were talking about various things. So maybe we can ask, but before that, I just wanted to remind everybody out there from all our Healing Our Earth, whichever country you're tuning in from, our mission statement is, of course, to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online education, entertainment, and information for your health, for your well-being. So our aim is to transform people's lives in a positive way. And this is one of the avenues that we are using as well through health, which is a very integral part of our work. Future events as well. There are so many wonderful future events that are coming up as well. For example, on the 11th of September, we have healing, which is curative, mending, remedial. So all kinds of cures, how to mend yourself, how to find the various remedies. We have some wonderful experts who are coming together to share their knowledge and expertise with you. That's again, Sunday, 11th of September. Moving on from there, there is, of course, our Diwali, our special Diwali in London that's taking place. This is taking place on Sunday, 9th of October. Neil Kumar himself, he's always been one of those leading organizers there, main leading, well, he's a leader in the whole organizing team there. So we're very, very excited that Healing Our Earth is also going to be there doing interviews and bringing various lovely interviews live to the world. So it's back again after all this COVID pandemic where we all had to stay at home. Now we can go out there and enjoy and meet up with friends. So moving on to Madanji as well. So Madan Tangavelu, was there anything that you would like to perhaps suggest and share with Raniji while she's talking about psychology?
Thank you.
I think we've just lost you there. Oh, yeah, there he is.
I'm here, Honey. Thank you. Rani, thank you for that excellent talk. You brought so many threads together. If only you could connect, or if only you knew how to connect with the traditional systems. So we have all of the Indian traditional systems. We have some of the Tibetan stuff, and then we have the Chinese stuff, and we have the Kampo system. If all that you are saying is completely consistent with what is there in these old systems.
Fantastic.
And it's unfortunate that you are not aware of the depth, the huge body of knowledge that is there.
Yeah.
Just before you came, you were there, we were just talking about the Shrotas, and we were talking about the flow of energies and all these things. So there are many concepts there that resonate with, and you can play with each of these things and refine thinking on either side. So I like the last bit that you showed about flow. Turbulence and flow. Start with turbulence and flow. Now, every moment the system is turbulent. Our body, every cell, every moment is in turbulence. Seems like it is rigid and solid. It's eternally dynamic. And the whole science of Ayurveda is based on that dynamism. How do you get stability out of dynamism? And that's the flow. And it's represented in so many different ways. You know, we have, as Naveenji said, that there is a dance. There's the dance of the universe. And the Indian systems talk about a person, in the mythical systems, it talks about a person named Nataraj, which is another name for Shiva.
So Shiva, yes.
Nataraj is the ruler of the dance. The dance operates at so many levels, the cosmic dance. And so there are many stories there, and these myths are, in fact, metaphorical facts. And our challenge is to identify these metaphorical facts, the metaphors. You know, they're hidden within stories. They're hidden within all our tales. Ramayana holds stories with it. The Mahabharata holds stories with it. The Bhagavad Gita from the Mahabharata holds stories. And they're all representing the same thing. And that thing is about eternal dynamism, the flow that comes out of that eternal dynamism, getting meaning out of the flow. Honey is a dancer, so she brings meaning to move, etc., etc., etc.
There's so much here, because there's so many. What is very interesting to see is there are so many facets, and this is something that, of course, Rajiv ji, Madan ji, all of you are coming together. Ishji as well from Mauritius, all of you coming together and trying to bring it together to make it one, and helping everybody focus together on helping to enhance people's well-being and health. So it's about sharing knowledge with each other and giving patients or people the choice to be able to, but everybody is working together. There's no competition. It's thinking about people's well-being rather than our own, as separate groups. Dr. Pradeep ji as well, you're here and joining us us. Thank you very much, and global namaste to you, Dr. Pradeep Kumarji, for joining us. And is there any feedback, any suggestions, or anything that you would like to share amongst this panel?
Very much thanks to Haniji. Global namaste to all and regards. I was listening very passionately the well expressed lecture by and compiled by Raniji, and it's very clear in the lecture that inner self is more important part in the show of word these days, as we all see. But there is not an end to start new. What we can listen or what we can feel, there is never an end to start new if the vision is clear. Means your inner self is so strong, like we are saying, Madanji told about the Pratyaksha, and we are talking about the dance of the universe, or the other things, the meridian energy, and all the things well versed by all the speakers here. Means Ayurveda, the science of life, which is the traditional and authentic system of healing. We are talking about the prana healing and the nadis and all that stuff, which is well versed in Ayurveda. And it is a very big deal talking about these things. If we are talking about the integrated health today, and like we people are seeing the cases coming from the modern field, maybe that may be Parkinsonism, or that may be cerebral atrophy, or that may be sub-aspergillus, or CLD, or anything like lichen planus or whatever. And if people are too much dejected, or they are very low in energy by their recurrent or recent stages of life, and whatever they are feeling the symptoms, if we people in Ayurveda or with integrated health system of Ayurveda, we are doing some sort of small treatments here, we're getting very good benefits from them. Ayurveda, that Shrir Indriya Satav Atam Sanyogo Dari Jivtam, as always taught by Dr. Ishar, always that Sharir, we can say that social life, Indriya means the sense organs, and Sattva means the mental health, and the Atma means the spiritual health, which is the well versed by the WHO also, that the state of mind, state of health is always all equilibrium. So it was the beautiful combination of the lectures here, talking about a lot of things, Dash Pranayatan, or the heart, math, or a lot of things. I enjoyed a lot. I was here a bit late, but listening very carefully, and I am very much appreciating this, and I'm very feeling lucky to have in this session. Thanks a lot.
Well, we're very lucky to have you there too, dear Pradeep. Thank you so much as well for your wonderful comments there. I'm wanted to go back to Rajiv ji again, Rajiv Gupta ji. There are so many different areas of integrated health, so many topics. We talk about, I don't know, some of them like Ayurveda, we talk about naturopathy. Can you tell us some of these? What are the different areas that are coming together? I'm sure there's a whole long list of them, but are there some that our audience members can get an understanding and a feel for the breadth and the extensiveness of this organization that's coming together, and what kind of specialists will be invited to be part of it if they're not already there? And I'm sure you'll have a whole list of these. But it'd be so interesting to know, because we have these Ayurvedic specialists here today, quite a few of them here. We've got the psychologists, we've got the pranic healers.
I think you are. Can you hear me? So
yes, we can hear you.
Extremely important question that more I dig, more I find there is more people who can contribute to it, and there are more methodical sciences which need to be connected to it. So initially, when we started the mission, we had the mainline therapies into it, which included the conventional medicine or the allopathic medicine. Then we got the Ayurveda, homeopathy, acupuncture, and yoga into it. Then we realized there is also chiropractic that can be added. We realized that there is also dance therapy, so we included that. Then there is aromatherapy that's included into it. We have got Tai Chi, we have got Qigong, We also have got the dietetic or nutritional therapy. We've got psychology, we've got psychotherapists. So it's so many of that actually that can be included, and we have the practitioners from practically all of these already working in this group, and we've got several people from each group which are working on it, and then we are adding into the other, which is like healing parts, so crystal therapy, pranic healing, emotional therapy, and also the emotional freedom technique, which is probably quite a whole branch in itself, which is extremely good to really connect together. Let me see if I can share.
Because this is really important for our audience members to know that the extensive work that's being done right now with this particular organization that's being set up. And of course, all set up from the Healing Our Earth, and a little springboard there. But it's wonderful that all these different experts are coming together. And here you go. There goes Rajiv Ji. I can see it on the screen right now.
So if you can see that this is like whole raft of people, and there is this area where people can connect together. There is like body chambers. There is all bringing nature and natural therapies together. And then if you can see here, the Western medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, homeopathy, and these are actually, I thought, were the initial bits. But then more I went into it, more I found that there is much more to it, and there is so much more which we can add into it. So you can see the yoga is the other part. There is acupuncture into it. There is reflexology, which has got important part to contribute into it. Meditation and massage therapy. What else? I think there is still a little bit more. I think because of the bandwidth consuming into Zoom, it's taking a little bit longer. But you can see there is multiple flower therapy and flower remedies. I have been told, and now it is recognized along with the cancer, where there is no actual cure, to work in complementary and dietary supplement. We talk about art therapy, particularly now with children having lot of difficulties in the school, children having learning difficulties, as well as children. I have a patient of inflammatory bowel disease, and she is not able to sleep. She has got so many side effects. She has got being bullied in the school, so much, and there is disharmony at home as well. So in school we are using now art therapy. So she uses, dips the hands in the colors of different things and express by putting the hands in different way. And that is extremely good because it vents out her emotions, and at the same time it gives us a hint where the areas of difficulty are. So art therapy is extremely good, and it is wonderful to have so much of it. And
that's beautiful. You can see there's such a lovely, I just wanted to make sure that, look at this, there's so many. I can see all the little, there's pranic, and there is all these different words that you've written there: shiatsu, reflexology, holistic homeopathy. It's amazing, such a large subject all coming together, but it's going to be well worth it, because in 10 years time, 20 years time, all the work and effort that's being put together by all the experts right now is going to be having such a positive impact on so many millions of people's lives by having this work done. So I think I congratulate all the people who are leading it, especially yourself, Rajiv Ji, and all the experts who are on board, to support this particular initiative. And of course, there are all the Healing Our Earth teams, which we're all part of, so which is great. So, okay, thank you very much, Rajiv Ji. That was really kind of you to share that. If you'd like to stop sharing, I can move on. Let me go to Professor Ish Sharma Ji. And, you're all the way from Mauritius. What would be interesting to find out at this moment in time is, although we're broadcasting from UK, we're connected to so many countries around the world, 40, 50, 60, it just keeps growing all the time. Our, the people we're connecting with right now, and the audience members who are watching this particular program. Oh, you come from Mauritius as well. How important do you think it is for experts from around the world to come together, maybe even contact us if they feel that they would like to contribute? How important it is for experts to be able to take that initiative and come along and join this particular work that we're doing?
I think this is not only very important, rather this is essential, and the world will have to understand this point sooner or later. And that is where first time in my life I have seen such a platform where we have to appreciate that one therapy, one approach might not be sufficient to lift such a heavy load of NCD. We might not be working by ourselves. I am an Ayurveda doctor, I will take care, I don't require homeopathy or natural healing or music or allopathy. That is where this is the only platform, and that is what I have been discussing with Rajiv ji, Dr. Rajiv Gupta ji, that the next step should be, after we have our physical meeting, when we cross train, and then the next step will be, because the world needs it and no one is doing it, we are the only platform, how much I know from the government perspective or from the private ones, we are the only platform where very soon we'll be coming up with protocols for every disease. Like you are a diabetic, then how much of Western medicine, what music, what color therapy, what Ayurveda, what homeopathy, what is the right mix for you? And that will be very scientific. If I come forward, I say, no, 90% from Ayurveda and 10% from all other pathies. No, I have to prove in which diseases I can claim Ayurveda to deliver 90%. Where can Ayurveda deliver 5% only? That is where when we come up with a right mix for every disease, every disorder, at least the top ones, that is what we'll be pitching to the world. It will be a gift to the world, and that is what I'm looking forward to. It has got a great future, very important, very much required, where no one is still heading towards this goal. That is where we stand apart.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And of course, there's a website for this as well called thehealthpractitioners.com. So thehealthpractitioners.com. So if there are experts watching this right now, or if you have members who are experts in any field in the health industry, then of course they can contact us through that particular website, and you can come and join us and also be part of this particular group. I think it'll be amazing for us to grow and to help humankind. Coming back to Rani, you've joined Healing Our Earth for the first time. We've known each other for 30 years or something, which is an absolute pleasure to have you here to be part of our Healing Our Earth today. What has it been like for you to watch, to hear, to listen to all the experts coming together, the panel discussions taking place, and also the vision that we have in terms of the health, the integrated health forum? What is your views on this?
I think as we speak, I think we're all joining the dots on fundamental truths that matter. And actually what Professor Ishama just said is that this platform is really important because it allows people to think, customize what's out there, but to know that actually it's a bit like the mountain. Everyone can go up to the top of the mountain. There might be different routes, but actually we're all heading in the same direction. And I think it's giving people permission to recognize it doesn't really matter what you do, whether it's breathing or yoga, or actually ultimately we're dealing with this system, this human system. And so I think that if we can bring some of the science, some of the evidence, it helps people commit to the journey. So the biggest issue that is out there is people don't believe in this stuff because of the way it's been represented, framed, and diminished, actually. So the science actually substantiates and gives it power, which then allows people to take hold of it, experience it, but also for leaders, because more and more leaders are beginning to wake up that if you want results, you're going to have to look after your people in a different way. So there's lots of opportunities, but it has to be thought through.
Yes, absolutely. Because very nice comment there. Very true, and a really lovely way of the observation there. Because Professor Ish Sharma also mentioned, of the fact that it needs to be combined. Everybody needs to be. There should be individual, an individual prescription given to everybody. It wouldn't be like, okay, people got headaches, so all three of you have the same paracetamol. 3 people have headaches. Now we need to find out what is the reason they're having these headaches. And then so one person may need, because they're creative people, that that creative arts may be more important for them to include in their everyday life, because that will be the way to express, and any stress that's coming in through their body may be able to be dissolved. Some people may like journaling. Some people may need reflexology, let's say, because they like human touch and they may be lonely. You need to give them that connection with people, perhaps. There's so many different ways to prescribe, what is right for people. And so I really think Professor Isha Sharma, what he mentioned, that an individual prescription is why it's not working sometimes. You need to give them the individual prescriptions, each one as well. Let me bring in Virindaji. Virindaji, I know that you've been, also you gave such lovely comments last time. What are your views on this, and how important do you think is psychology is part of all of this? And why do you think psychology would be part of this as well? What is your views on that part? So you're on mute at the moment, Virindaji. You need to unmute yourself. Sorry.
I'm unmuted.
Yes. Why do you think? Because we look at this vast different ways. Of course, we do understand psychology is important, but why do you think psychology should be very important to be part of this? And more clinical psychologists and people who work within this field should also be coming forward to support this program.
I think I'm coming from my experience working with practitioner health over the last 3.5 years, and taking histories from individual professionals about what their childhoods were like and what are the limiting beliefs they're carrying because they were conditioned that way, or the experiences have sort of hardwired their belief system, which needs to change. And then we're referring them for CBT or psychotherapy or some other modality to help them unpick what's going on. And I've started using EFT with doctors, which has been an interesting experience, because initially they're very resistant, and some of them, they can't even believe how effectively their emotions have shifted.
Really? Because I know that you just, there's ways of just tapping, on your body to try to get rid of any kinds of blockages, as they say, emotional blockages.
I think it's basically an energy therapy. So it's not just, though primarily designed for mental and emotional issues, it can also clear physical, because they're all interconnected.
Right.
Look at psychology is, if somebody's got a limiting belief that is hardwired into the subconscious mind, bringing it up into the conscious mind, how do we access it? The only means I have is by taking them down the hypnosis route, so they can pick up what's going on, or we can just work on the issue that's presenting. And once we clear that and tap it out of the system, there's chance for it to resurface. So my belief is we are like sponges, especially between the ages of birth and 7. Everything that happens to us, we take as the truth. We haven't developed discernment. We haven't learned to differentiate. And it's only when we start to become capable of abstract thinking that other belief systems come in. So if you picked all this stuff as a sponge, can you imagine a sponge that had no water in it versus one that's full of water, because you picked up all this stuff going through a thing? And when you tap, you're tapping a little bit of the water out each time you do a process. Eventually, the sponge becomes lighter and can get on with life again. So psychology is so important. It doesn't matter how somebody accesses that, but we need to clear those limiting beliefs from our energy systems. So whether it is through posture, whether it is through NLP or through hypnotherapy or tapping, it's addressing the psychology, because you can tell. You've got to get an apple to believe it's an apple. You can't tell it's an orange and expect it to become an orange.
Very true, and absolutely. You have to believe. Everything is based on belief systems as well, really. You know, everything you're going to do. If somebody tells you the world is bad, that's how you see it. If you're, going out and breathing air is too much pollution, shouldn't go out, you'll stay at home. You won't think of anything else. Whatever your belief is what your life will be created accordingly. So, of course, negative belief systems would really be having a huge impact on someone's life and the decisions they make and how they feel as well, which will then have an impact on their physiology. So I can understand. Very good point there. Very good, Virendraji. Very nice point there that you've mentioned here. Let me open it up from all the panelists who are here at this moment. We're coming to perhaps the last half an hour or so of our program. What messages do we need to give to our global audiences to help support them? Because at the end of the day, this is what our aim is, to help enhance people's health and well-being. What messages can we leave today, with our audiences for them to perhaps take positive actions, for them to be able to understand, or whatever message you wish to give? Could we perhaps start off with Rajivji? Rajivji, what do you think? What is a message we should be sharing with our audiences to help them go away with something or a summary of something?
I think 3 points. I normally believe in 3. So the first one is there is start internal journey as well, because most people believe in the external world and the external journey, external achievements, and then getting the food right, diet right, walking, all that. But there is not much attention paid to the body itself, the mind, which we were talking about, and therefore having a quite 20 minutes, which I think Caroline Sharp has recommended, and somebody else has mentioned today as well, which I think is Sarah. So this is actually so important that you feed your body, but also feed your mind. So that's the first point. The second point is that, again, there is a lot more than just one branch or discipline of healthcare. So like allopathy is one, but Ayurveda is important, homeopathy, living naturally, art therapy, Tai Chi, yoga, all these things are very important, and each one has got a very important role to play, and person to person variation is there, and therefore what suit one person may not be best for the second one. So it's quite good for people to take away. And the third one is that we must have a work-life balance. So leadership is important, as Ranji was saying. So I'm just reiterating that point that I commonly say, for example, and you mentioned it very, very well, honey, that mother is an important leader. She sort out kids, she cooks the food, she puts them to bed, she washes clothes, she does all these things. Yes, men do help depending on the variability, but she is a big leader, and many times they come that, look, I've never worked, I'm just a mother. They come, because normally when I take history, I ask that, and I say, you are not just mother. You have got a very important role to play, and you must realize it. So depending on self and valuing yourself is the third message I would want people to take.
Wow, such beautiful, lovely, what lovely messages. Thank you, Rajiv Ji. I always can listen to you for hours and hours. I always enjoy listening to your wonderful, lovely tips and advice. Thank you so much. And of course, you've been here since 2 o'clock, I believe. So you've been doing an amazing job, We truly appreciate your dedication and your passion and your energy. So let's move on. Let me ask Professor Ish Sharma Ji, what about yourself? What are maybe 3 things that you could, share with our audience that you think you could, or anything you'd like to share with the audiences today, for them to learn and take something back with them?
Yeah, if I can simplify all of my given experience, like for last 30 years, then my 3 take home for the audience would be, You have to have realistic expectations, first of all. You have to restructure your expectations from every department. Second is, you have to take stock of your own health. You cannot be outward looking that, okay, someone else would be taking care of my health, or I know a good cardiologist who would take care of my heart problems, or I know a diabetologist and I'll go to him for my diabetes care. You have to take care of your own self, and you can take very well care way beyond. As I was just listening that everyone is a doctor. So for sure, we all know, but we have to take more stock of ourselves. That is where we'll be reducing the burden on the healthcare systems. And the most important tool, I believe, what Ayurveda calls Mahabhaishaj, the biggest medicine is food, which is overlooked. So we have to really, because a very small mistake with the food is repeated 3-4 times every day, all our life since we are born. So very small correction with food can really, you won't come to know how drastically it would change you to something really good. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, oh, that's beautiful. That's really good. And you're absolutely right, because I mentioned this previously, but if you have sugar and you stop eating sugar, and then you may not see much now, but in a year's time and 5 years time and 10 years time, there'll be a huge difference in the way, the calorie intakes would have been, or the diabetes that you could have got, but, the cholesterol you would have got, whatever the case is, whatever it is. But point is that by you stopping that 2 sugars per day, or 4 sugars because you're having 2 cups of tea, could make a huge difference. So you're absolutely right. I think that's really, really fantastic. Thank you so much for these lovely words of wisdom there, Dr. Sharmaji, all the way from Mauritius as well. So thank you. Let me pass it on to our Birendraji. What would you say? What are the take homes that our audiences could take back with them, or anything you'd like to share?
I would start with eat to nourish your body, meditate to nourish your mind, and love to nourish your world.
Whoa, wow. That's so beautiful. And how do you propose love can be shown to people? Because normally there's all different types of love, isn't there? There's kindness love, there's all sorts of things which actually brings joy to yourself, and it helps to release endorphins for yourself. When you're doing joyful things, it helps you actually for your own well-being. Can you share a little bit about that? When you spread love to the world, how it affects people's own health?
Well, I think when we are in love, I'm talking about spiritual love and not any other love, we find a connection with everything. And then when we are a part of everything, we can't be apart.
So meaning
we are all one.
Right. So this is a deeper level of understanding that we are all connected anyway. We all know this. Everybody's connected. You throw all the rubbish into the lake over there and into the oceans there, we're going to have clouds and floods on the other side, and we're going to have poor little fishes dying here. So we're going to have poisonous food, and it's going to affect our health, etc., etc. So everything is affecting each other, right? We pray in this country and we spread peace, and it'll actually change people's consciousness levels by collectively coming on board, and it shifts the energy levels and things like that. So absolutely. So this is very, very powerful. We're all connected, and we have to remember this as well, that by us, even a small group of people making a change could have a nice, significant shift in the world. So that's great. Thank you so much, Birendraji. That was wonderful. Thank you. I love that. Short, sharp, sweet, and to the point, and I love it. Well, we've got Lakshmiji here as well, who's just joined us. I always love listening to Lakshmiji's. Anything she says, it always makes lots and lots of sense to me, So Lakshmiji, is there anything that you would like to share with the audience members? You always listen to our programs, and you've had the opportunity and a wonderful chance to listen to many, many programs, whether it's yoga and meditation, whether it's vegetarian cooking or women empowerment, or whatever the programs are. Why do you think these health programs are very important for our audiences? Because I know that we hold regular health integrated programs. Why do you think it's very important for our audiences?
Yes. I would first say that, we all grow up looking at our parents and elders at home, and they play a very important role to shape our lives, our likings, our practices, everything. So largely the upbringing is very, very important, so that you become more disciplined in your studies, in your education, in your eating habits, and other habits. So I will start something from that area, when at home. And then when you go to educational institutions, colleges, schools, again, you have a chance to learn from the teachers, your friends. And here, this is where there may be some mishappenings may be there, because all the children who come to the school are not the same. They are different. So, you get different views, but you can focus on what you had learned at home and move ahead. And lastly, I would also like to say, the person to person, the entire behavior, it is different. It's different, and it changes from person to person. So for me, what I would do is I would pick the best from whatever I see, and then I will follow it up. So for example, I do Iyengar yoga. So among the various exercises, I thought that this was the best. So Iyengar yoga really gives me a lot of pleasure and happiness, and it keeps me healthy and active, and so many other benefits. So that is one. I eat vegetarian food. No non-veg food is in my plate. Although my kids eat non-vegetarian food, I don't eat. I don't cook. So and thirdly, very disciplined. Whatever I get, I'm happy with. I don't complain. So this is the way I manage to be the way I am.
Oh, that's amazing. Yes. And you always look so, bright and glowy all the time as well. And of course, being the president of the Indian Forum of Europe as well, you're doing so much work, multicultural work and cross-cultural work, into different inter-country work, etc. Later on, this information will be not just useful for our online global audiences, but offline as well. It will go into the health system. It will go into other countries. It will support so many health practitioners around the world. How do you think the Indian Forum of Europe can also support this work that's being done?
Yes. The European people have a very different way of life than what we are having in UK and what we Indians basically follow. The food from every, the country to country, the food is different. The way the language is different. The way they behave is different. How they wish you is different. So I try to acclimatize with the different countries wherever I go. In whatever little the European languages that I know. The food is a big problem in European countries. For example, to get vegetarian food is very difficult unless in Belgium or in some of the countries you get a lot of vegetarian food, but in many countries you have to literally live with bread and butter. That's the only food that is available which is vegetarian. So the Hindu Forum of Europe, we have members from almost all the countries from Europe. And we have regular meetings. So, for example, we would like to meet personally. So this time I had arranged a tour to Spain, and we went to a jungle sort of a place, and we habited there for 3 to 4 days and discussed so many things. And it was such a wonderful experience. And everybody cherishes those wonderful memories even today. And they write to me, ma'am, when are you doing the next tour? So, so getting together and talking together and living like a family does help a lot. And it gives you good feelings, good vibes, and overall development.
Right. So this could include, of course, the health side, that as you're doing these kinds of interactions and organizing little conferences and meetings abroad, etc., it's a great platform for you to also pass on messages about the health forum as well, so that more people could maybe get a little bit more familiarized and be able to be invited to come on board as well from any country and any, background, any cultural background.
And we always do yoga wherever we go without fail.
Well, congratulations. I can see that you got a vision of yoga, and you're making sure you're implementing that vision of yours, as Rani ji had mentioned, that you need to have a purpose in life, right? So let me move it on to Rani ji, what would you suggest from all these wonderful messages of all our expert panel members have shared? Is there anything that you would like to leave with our audience members for today, for them to go back with?
I mean, it's been wonderful hearing everyone's views and everything resonating in the way that it has. And I think the themes that stand out for me, and I think are going to be important going forward for the work that I do across the world, is actually really promoting this idea of connectivity. Yeah, so I think connection with yourself, with others, and with your purpose is key. But also to challenge yourself. So this is the flow idea. So people sit in a cocoon and they're comfortable. Is to step each day into challenging yourself to cultivate, almost like muscles, your physical well-being, your emotional well-being, your social and spiritual well-being. So the idea is to commit to habits that really do almost kind of land. It's a bit like a bank account. It lands this resourcefulness inside of your body, and that commitment is really, really challenging for most people. And the final thing is think about purpose and creativity together. Yeah, that creativity and creative intelligence serves purpose in the world. That when we have a purpose, there's always ways of coming together with other people and finding solutions and possibilities. When we don't have purpose, our creativity goes, and we become like machine-like.
Right, that's beautiful. I love the creative part that you've added on to that as well, because I think that's really amazing. Because I really feel that the things that I've taken back as well, I've taken so much back with all these wonderful points that have been shared. But a couple of things that will come up in my mind is the first thing that came up is the intuition, because each person has its own they have their own intuition, their voice. So even if you get now access to everything, if I understand reflexology, understand color therapy, understand art, I can choose. I feel drawn to this. Let me find out more about this. Let me find out more. Only if I know about those, those therapies. Only if I have that knowledge that what is accessible and how it can support me and how it can help me in certain areas. So for me, I love that fact that this will enable people to have a much wider choice and be able to utilize their own intuition to be able to connect with the areas they feel would be more beneficial for them, taking into consideration their personalities, who they are, their background, etc., environment, etc. And second thing I noticed here as well about this, the leadership side that you talked about, I think you're doing an amazing, amazing job. I want to congratulate you there, Raniji, because, I believe that if you have healthy people, healthy workers, you will, and healthy nation, the nation will become so much more prosperous. Because you, first of all, don't have absenteeisms, you don't have, people underperforming, you have people who are very excited and very passionate about life, people who are happy with their families, like there's really good relationships, all the positive things that you can think about. If you can instill that in a nation, starting off with families at a time, So that then it becomes communities, and then it becomes, regions, and then from regions it becomes your nation. If we can do that, I believe that, even the nation could really benefit from a much better, higher productivity and things like that as well. And being proud, less NH costs, and all these costs and expenses we have to go through. And final thing I noticed, which you also touched upon, was the Maslow's hierarchical needs. Because you talked about the Maslow's hierarchical needs, you just mentioned it a little bit, but the Maslow's hierarchical needs, we know at the top is self-actualization, which is where the spiritual growth starts, the inner journey starts, where you're looking for meaning of life and you're connecting to the wider universe. But right at the bottom of the Maslow's hierarchical needs is all this safety, food, health, all these issues. If you're having a lot of health problems, and audience members or whoever, they don't get a chance to go up, to maximize their true potential. So as we go up the triangle, you're stuck at the bottom. So you'll never be able to maximize your true potential because of your health issues. So I think that, health is very, very important for us to be able to share, and for each one of us to take that responsibility to enhance our own health. So I'm going to go back and start cycling and jogging now with these wonderful tips that I've had from these lovely, lovely expert panels. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody's had a really fantastic time. I've had a really thoroughly enjoyable time listening to these amazing experts. And of course, each one of them volunteers. Everyone is volunteering their time and their expertise to make this world a better place. And we're very grateful for that. Before we go, of course, there's a quick little mission statement here for us. This is what we believe in: to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and more inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment, of course, meaning education and entertainment. Of course, entertainment is great because we uplift yourself, uplift you. And the information is very important because it actually, knowledge is power, especially if you are able to utilize it and put it into action. And that will absolutely transform your life in a very positive way. So we're now coming to the end of our program on Healing Our Earth today. It's been a special day. Do make sure you join in next week as well, because next week, again, from 2 o'clock BST, British summertime, till 8 o'clock in the evening, we are going to be having some more panel discussions relating to health. And I'm sure you're going to absolutely love it. So before we finish off, from Dr. Hani Kalaria here, let's finish off with a little prayer for the world. And of course, to say a big thank you to all the special guests who joined us today, and the audience members who are continuously sending in their messages, their well wishes, and they keep sharing, of course, that the Healing Our Earth is here with their friends and family. If you haven't done this already, please make sure you follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and share those with others and your friends and your contacts as well, so they can benefit from the Healing Our Earth content. So with that, let's finish off with a lovely little prayer, which is Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha, which I think I'm sure that our doctors would love, because they all come from Vedic backgrounds by the sounds of it. So Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savidur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savidur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat.